Microphone. I won't have to speak so loudly now. Again, good afternoon. Welcome to the January 12th Oklahoma City Planning Commission meeting. And first of all, I would ask if you have pagers or cell phones, if you would silence those at this time so we don't hear them during the meeting. If you are not the applicant and you wish to address us on a case, there are sign-up sheets like this or on the table right outside the chambers. If you'd complete it and hand it to our secretary, we'd be happy to hear you on the case. And with that, we'll go to approval of the minutes of December 8th. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, there's an error in the minutes that I discovered. If I can find my copy of the minutes. Oh, on page 7, item 28, that it just doesn't make any sense the way it's drafted. It's garbled. So it just needs to be corrected. Like the motion to approve item 28, it failed due to a lack of second. So that whole ayes, it says ayes, nobody voted on that. So the staff, take a look at that. I mean, it just needs to be corrected. So based upon that, I move approval of the minutes.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of December 8th with that correction. Cast your votes. And they're approved. And next, Russell, continuance requests.
On uncontested requests for continuance, we have 8 items here. Items 25 is CE 820, and item 26, SPUD 648, continued until January the 26th. Item 27, C6319. Item 28, SPUD 623. Item 29, SPUD 640, and are all continued until February the 9th. Item 30, C6313, continue until February the 23rd. Item 31, SP440, continue until March the 8th. And item 32, which is a sub-regulation, to defer indefinitely.
Did anyone come today to talk to us about items 25 through 31, or 32 actually, on our agenda?
Move the uncontested continuance.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the continuances. Cast your votes. And that's approved.
There are 2 new requests for continuance. Item 19 is C6320, request to continue until February the 9th. And item 23, C6326, request to continue until January the 26th.
Did anyone come today to talk to us about either items 19 or 23 on our agenda today?
Move approval of the new continuances.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to continue items 19 and 23. Cast your votes. And that's approved. Are there any continuance requests from the public today? Okay, we'll go to the consent docket. Russell?
There are 4 items on the consent docket today. Item 1 is C6324. Item 2 is PC 10295. Item 3, C6323. And item 4, a series of PUD SPs, 136.9D through F.
We do have someone signed up on item 1, so we're going to have to hear that in order. Did anyone come down to talk to us about items 2 through 4 today? Okay.
Move the remaining consent items.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve items 2 through 4. Cast your votes. And that's approved. Thank you.
Item 1 is C6324. It's a final plat of the OCCHD Health and Wellness Campus. It's south of Northeast 63rd Street, east of MLK in Ward 7.
Is the applicant here? I'm going to call up Ludine Hawks to come to the other microphone.
Mark Grubbs, Grubbs Consulting, 1819 South Morgan Road, on behalf of the applicant.
Mark, let's hear from the protester, and I will let you respond. If you'd pull the microphone down and give us your name and address, please.
Okay, my name is Lou Hawks. I actually live at 1120 Bankside Circle in Edmond, but I'm referring to the property next to the Planned Wellness Center.
Okay.
And I'm the executrix of my parents' estate. They both died in the last 13 months. And in the past, we've had a problem with anyone disturbing the land on the the east side of our property. When they disturb that, it floods my parents' property. But the slope is downhill towards the creek, and the runoff comes right into the basement. And I've been one of the great cleaners of that basement. So that we have no objection to the project. We just want to be alert as we try to get this house ready for sale that we don't have a problem with flooding once the grand preparations begin.
Okay, well, Mark will tell us what he has to comply with.
Okay.
I've spoken with Ms. Hawk and assured her that we would address that. Right now, we're not, the site has a ridge line on it, and we're developing on the ridge line, and east of the ridge line is the first phase, but we've addressed the entire plat in the detention area. As the project moves forward at the northwest corner, there is a swale dividing her property from ours. We'll improve, just improve that swell and make sure she doesn't flood, and it goes straight down to the river there. So,
Okay. All right, with that, Commissioners, we'll take a motion. Move approval. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve item 1. Cast your votes, and that's approved. Thank you.
Item 5 is PUD 1450. This is an application by Terra Firma Investment to rezone 2201 Southeast 40th Street from PUD 362 and PUD 464 to PUD 1450 in Ward 7.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, my name is Dennis Box. David Holt and I are here with Jay Kite, who's General Counsel, and we would ask that you approve a PUD which will make, if you've had an opportunity to look at the staff report, a existing situation much better. At the present time, there's 2 zoning HUDs that sit on the property. This has been used for salvage business for a number of years, and it's our intent to do away with that business and not use it. We're buying it from the current owner, and they're in the process of removing the cars at the present time. It'll be used for industrial uses. As you can tell by your staff report, it's an area that there are a number of new industrial users going into that vicinity. We think it's a good site. This will be a marked improvement from what's been there in the past, and we're here to answer any questions. With regard to the technical evaluations, we have met with the staff, and I can tell you all we agree to all the TEs except for the staff agreed with us that on TE4 we have the opportunity, if we build a warehouse, to have a system which would be enclosed that would take care of any kind of waste products, and it would be attached to the building. So we're going to come up with language that the staff is comfortable with on that. We're more than comfortable with doing away with cell communication, but we want to make sure that we have the ability to communicate with other sites that are within the confines of our control. So we've worked out those with the staff, and other than that, we agree with all the technical evaluations.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions before we hear? We've got a couple people signed up. All right, Dennis, we'll get back to you in a minute.
Okay.
Stephen Holder. Mr. Holder, if you'd give us your name and address and tell us what your concerns or questions are.
Well, I've got
Wait. Name and address for me, please, for the record.
Stephen Holder,
Address.
2225 Southeast 40th.
Okay, thank you.
I've been in this location. I own all of Block 13 and a partial part of Block 14. I've been there since 1979. At the time when I bought the place, it was zoned for light industry, and we had no problem with that. My concern is the grade of the hill that's coming down 40th Street to the bottom of Block 13 and 14 is at least 50 feet, and the pitch on it is at a 30-degree angle. And to my understanding, I was out there when they were surveying it, they want to build a concrete dam 600 feet long to stop the water, to send it into 40th Street, and we have no drainage whatsoever. We're not hooked up to Eastern. The water that right now, as it sets with the salvage yard, which I own the east half of Block 13, which adjacent to the salvage yard. Okay. From the center of Block 13, the east half of the water that comes from the salvage yard runs to 40th, and the other half of the salvage yard runs back into the woods. If they tilt it and put that concrete dam, and they say here, purpose of request is to allow industrial manufacturing, trucking uses. What I'm concerned with is that the surveyor told me they were going to pave quite a bit of that for the 18-wheelers. I assume that's going to be shipping and receiving, and Southeast 40th cannot handle any more water. We have a flooding problem now down there, and I'd just like to know how they are going to stop all the water from flooding out from Block 13, 14, and 15, and then I don't know what the blocks are on the other side, but it will cause tremendous damage to all the property. The only thing that stops it now is when I purchased that property, when I was selling real estate when I was 22 years old. There used to be, like, I hadn't been in it so long, there was a right-of-way from the years of that used to be a city service oil field camp. So on the west side of Block 13, there was a road that went north, and then they were calling it Southeast 38th, but it's a dirt road. Then it curves back west, and then it goes out to 36 right behind Terra Firma's building right now, which is Ballon Valve. The notice I got on that when they wanted to rezone that was from L.T. Dye up there on Eastern. I went to high school with him. The notice was to be for light fabricating products. Evidently, L.T. Dye sold it to Terra Firma, and it was never going to be light fabricating because it's an oil field valve. I have no problem with it was zoned once for light industry. I have no problem with them zoning it back. The problem is Southeast 40th has no drainage whatsoever. When it rains, and the pitch of that hill, it's 0.2 of a mile, and it's probably at a 30-degree angle. It's bad enough with the salvage yard, which is dirt, and you know what a salvage yard is. It's not paved, so it does soak up some of the water. And the way they set that old easement, like I just spoke of, this would be 40th, this would be behind. Only half of the water is going to 40th at the present time. The rest of it runs back into the woods onto a man named Mr. Tillery. I don't know what block he owns. But if they get out there with their machinery and their dam, their concrete dam, and they tilt that whole 10 acres to run into Southeast 40th, it will flood all the houses below us. And that's my concern there.
We'll ask what the applicants...
Just so I'm clear before you go, your property then is directly to the east of this subject site, right? If I'm looking at, we don't have our They're not particularly well identified as Block 13 and 14. as
Well,
you
I've
can
got
see up
another
there.
map here,
But I think you're to the east, right?
right here.
I think he's just
Here's
west.
what the census. And I drew on it. They were more in depth on this one.
Yeah, so you're, okay.
Here I am.
You're right here, okay.
See, the
So-
rest of the people didn't get that one.
Yeah.
Now that they want to zone this, it went on further.
Right.
I am adjacent to that. I've owned it since 1979. Now, right here, the water runs back into the woods.
Right.
So it's not even getting the full impact of the water off the salvage yard.
I see.
It only runs here to 40th, and when it does, it runs plumb out on the lady's place across the street, down the hill, and
So the break is a north-south break, not an east-west break where you're saying the water runs. Half of it,
well, what it is, see, really,
If
it's
I'm-
kind of like a lost area out there. It's
Yeah.
Her, actually, Southeast 40th is not even
you should probably speak from the microphone there.
Actually, Southeast 40th is not a two-lane street. It's not wide enough. You have to stop. Southwest Power Equipment, which is on this map here, they cut 2 drives down there at Eastern. I never seen the permit sticking out there. They're running forklifts about across the Southeast 40th, and they've totally destroyed the blacktop. There's always bolts and stuff, which that has nothing to do with this. But what I'm getting at is, once somebody gets something zoned in, I don't see the city coming out there and putting in a drainage, to go to the storm drains and everything. The only drain is a creek, which would be it would be at the east edge of Block 14 and the west edge of Block 15. There's a creek there, but the water can't make it to the creek. And I don't know if it'll carry 10 acres or whatever they're going to put up there. I went up there and looked at their building, and I've went down 36th and the old dirt road that used to come on out on 40th. Their building is right there, and they did put a little retaining wall there, but it's slanted towards Eastern, which does have storm drainage. We have no storm drainage, we have no curbs or anything there.
Well, let's hear what the
Okay.
applicant has in response.
Yeah, the good news is we agree with you in regard to the way the drainage works. The surveyor did not give you correct information. We will provide for a detention pond on this site, and so Public Works will have to review it and make sure that we detain the water, and we will do it on our site. Hadn't been determined how large it'll be, but we won't be just dumping it out on the street.
Okay.
Thank you, Dennis. Mr. Holder, thank you.
Thank you for listening to me.
Patricia Brock. If you give us your name and address, please.
My name is Patricia Brock, and I live at 2225 Southeast 40th. And I'm concerned with the water as well, but mainly is the Southeast 40th. The residents that live on that block are afraid, you got to stop and look both ways to even get out and get your mail because, like he said, it's not even a two-lane road. When you're going east and someone's coming west, you have to pull over some and then stop to let them come by. We've already got S&W using the street with more than 2 axle trucks. They park on the street. You have to go up the hill, blindside it. It's a wonder there hasn't been a bad accident. Then there's another company down the street that has, as well, big trucks. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 people that live on 40th that's got it, and now he's wanting to have the large trucks there too. It's blacktop. It's not even 2-lane. I'm concerned about that and the water because I live in that home. Now, he has the property that's adjoining to the salvage yard, but I live in that home. And as he also said, when it rains real bad right now, the man right across the street from me, the last time it rained real bad, water was up to his porch. And this is without them concreting 10 acres. So that's what I'm concerned about with is the trucking and coming up and down 40th and the water.
Okay. Thank you. Dennis?
With regard to 40th, it is a public street, and we'll be responsible at the building permit stage to coordinate and work with the staff in regard to any improvements. You know, I think any use that we put on this site will be an improvement for the neighbors, and with regard to the water, we will make sure and take care of that problem. With regard to trucks that travel on 40th Street, if you want any kind of signage or anything that would provide you all some comfort, we'll work with your neighborhood, and I'll get your name and number after this hearing.
I'm just concerned with the width of the road. Like I said, it's not even a two-lane road, and we've already got several diesel trucks that travel that road right now, and that's what I'm concerned about.
Okay.
What is your proposed use of this property, Dennis? Maybe I missed it earlier in your earlier. Manufacturing and trucking.
Yeah, there's a couple alternatives. Did you get the aerial? Right here, Mike, if you
Oh,
hand those
sorry, I
out.
didn't pass those out. I apologize.
As indicated, and Mike will hand those out to you all, but Ballon does have a facility at this location. They might place a warehouse on this site. That might be one of the uses, or it could be used by another company that was going to do it for your general industrial uses. But it will be used in that realm, in the industrial use, whether it's manufacturing with a building or whether we have trucking.
I have one more question.
Yes.
How is it possible that they can, the first letter we got was stating that they was going to put in a light manufacturing company. How is it that the city went ahead and approved that? Because we didn't come down here and object to it because we thought that would be a nice, you know, because it's got eastern frontage, and that would be good for the area. But then it turns into a oil field valve company. I feel like it was never never was going to become a neon light manufacturing company.
Well, given our situation, we don't know what you got at first. Go ahead, Nick.
Well, we don't know, but my question is, when it was identified as light manufacturing, that term is oftentimes used for a manufacturing designation of light manufacturing as opposed to heavy manufacturing, not necessarily the manufacturing of lights or neon lights.
Okay.
That may be the point of confusion.
Okay.
I think you'll find that Ballon is a good neighbor. Hopefully,
Well, I hope so.
yeah, you like the
But like I
facilities they've already put in.
said, we're afraid, we have to stop and look both ways to get our mail, because we've actually had an officer come out and clock someone doing 99.9 miles, 99.9 miles down that road, and it's a 25-mile-an-hour zone. And then plus the creek he's talking about, the bridge that goes over it, only one car can go over it at one time for sure, and it's not even that good of a bridge.
Well, from my standpoint, I will, if I can meet you out in the hall after the hearing, we'll try to coordinate with you on the size of our pond and what we plan on doing as far as the traffic. So,
Okay.
How far east of I-35 is this? I can't tell. Eastern is how,
less than a mile.
less than a mile?
Yeah,
Is that right?
approximately, yes.
Approximately? So the attractiveness for this site for this sort of operation is access to I-35. So I think it's reasonable to assume that we will have increased traffic in the area versus on 40th Street versus the operation of a
Salvage yard.
salvage yard, which just came and had random drop-offs. But as a manufacturing or trucking operation, we're going to have increased traffic in this particular area, which, looking at the illustration that Dennis has provided us, on a street, where's your access? I'm sorry, Dennis, your access point is going to be onto 40th Street?
That's correct.
Yes.
On
Yeah.
what can best be described as a trail, sounds like.
But that,
Is that right, Jimmy? I mean,
You got-
I'm not very particularly familiar with the area, so
but you have two alternatives. We could go, as Mr. Holder was talking about, there used to be a street that was on the north side and kind of wrapped around this site, and one of the TEs that the staff wanted to make sure that we complied with was not to take our access to the north,
Into
so
the
we're going
residential.
on a public street. So,
Okay, Commissioners, any other questions, comments, discussion? Motion?
Well, my comment is first of all, about drainage. There is an item in their PUD that talks about drainage regulations, and I just think that it needs to be confirmed that Public Works is on top of this situation, and whatever happens with this development, that Public Works has a stamp of approval to eliminate the flooding or whatever goes on when it rains. So I think that that's going to be resolved according to what's been said today. The issue of a 1.5 lane road with heavy trucks is troubling a little bit. I don't think that we can do anything about it, though. I mean, I'm just kind of saying, how this is zoned, what the zoning is, where it is, and all that, is that I wish I could, but there's no bond issue, I assume, that's going to improve this road to a 2-lane road, that perhaps that ought to be on the list in the future. If there's going to be this kind of facility installed in this location with trucks going back and forth to I-35, I mean, the access and what's happening here takes away, the salvage yard is gone, and now you have a pretty good chunk of land that's going to be for manufacturing, et cetera, and that means additional truck traffic. Is that today I can't do anything about that at all except deny the application. I don't think that there's enough grounds to deny it. But tomorrow, I would say lobby councilman or whomever in your area to put this on a list for a bond issue to improve Southeast 40th, to make it compatible with your needs and also the needs of the manufacturing companies that are going to be involved in this particular facility. So that's my comment, that based upon that, I move approval of the application.
Well, there's another lady here wanting to speak as well, but I'm handicapped and I'm on a fixed income, and that's my home, and that's the only place I have to live. And I don't understand what you mean. You mean I'm going to have to go down and make arrangements to see if the city's going to fix the road?
This is recorded, and I hope somebody listens to it. That maybe they don't. I've had my doubts in the past whether they pay attention at all to what we do. But the director of the planning department is sitting right here, and he can make that recommendation, or he can talk about it to somebody.
Okay, is there someone else who wants to speak? Well, do you have something new to add, or are your concerns the same? I'm sorry? Well, we won't hold you to that. If you pull the microphone down, give us your name and address first.
Darlene Druckhammer, 2220 Southeast 40th.
Okay, are your concerns the same?
Yes. I live across the street from where they're talking about. And if all this goes as planned, I will get flooded. We have really, like she said, the street is only for one car, and if you go across the bridge, you have to wait till the other person comes by, okay? And then I'm not high enough up that when it rains, yes, the yard gets it, but if I get more rain, it's going to be up to my door, and sometimes in my house. My husband passed away 7 years ago, and I have been taking care of the property since. And I just would like to see, I'm really kind of worried about the whole thing. But the thing is, I was out of town for 40 days. I never got any kind of notice. If it had not been for Mr. Holder, I would not even have known this was going on. And I didn't appreciate that either.
Well, the city and the state have rules about who gets notice legally and so forth. I don't know whether you're within or outside the boundary of that, and I can't decide that today. So
I'm not.
Ma'am, I've heard the bridge referred to. Where is the bridge?
I'm sorry?
Where is the
The
bridge?
bridge is
See the
about,
subject property up there? See where it says?
I can't read those names, I'm sorry.
Which one is the
I'm at
bridge?
2220.
That doesn't help me.
And it's going toward Bryant. Yeah,
Is it east?
one by the creek. Yeah. Well, it's about 4 houses down from me.
Thank you, Dennis. So four.
And it's a one-lane bridge.
It's back to the east of the subject
There
site.
you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think I have a better idea about where.
There is a creek that runs there, but it's not very deep.
So it's not between, Dennis, for clarity,
No, it's a...
your property and I-35.
Right.
The troublesome, the bridge that that the residents have raised concerns
catches all
about.
the water.
It's west of your property. Excuse me, east of your property.
East. It is
I'm
east.
sorry,
Yeah.
it's east. Okay, thank you.
Couple of observations, Mr. Chairman. First, this is a land use, not an engineering application. I agree with what Commissioner Hensley and Commissioner Bright said. There are some issues with the road, and now the issue of the bridge comes up. If this is a one-lane bridge, and I haven't inspected the bridge, I'm guessing with you here, but my guess is there won't be heavy truck traffic across that bridge because it won't be rated for it, it won't carry it. So if there is to be heavy truck traffic up and down this lane, there's going to have to be some major improvement before that would happen. But overall, this application seems to be very positive to me. It's getting rid of a use that is not a very good use, coming back with a much better use. With that, I'd second Mr. Bright.
Well, let me make another comment about my motion, in that your observation and Mike's observation about the bridge, which is to the east of this property. Would it be acceptable to the applicant to restrict its truck traffic going west toward Eastern and Eastern to the property and have no truck traffic going on to the east? Can you do that?
Can't do it.
No.
How do you keep that truck driver off that?
Well, I don't
public
know how
street?
they're going to get the trucks on the road anyway. No, but really, I mean, because I think that if you had that temporary restriction,
We can agree to that.
okay, then that takes care of where you live, the bridge. These trucks aren't going to go that way.
Right. I know.
And the same other, the applicant, I mean, the protester, same thing, is that they're not going to go that way. They're going to go there towards Eastern.
We're not going to have a back and forth debate. I mean,
Yeah.
Okay. To the microphone.
Is Southeast 40th a residential blacktop road, even rated for these 18-wheelers to be pulling out on it with dual axles and all that? Because they're already coming from Ted Smith Wire and Rope. There's some other businesses up towards Bryant, and they will not go to Bryant. They're going back to Eastern. They're tearing the blacktop up. S&W Machines down there, you can't even stop at the stoplight anymore. They cross the street, they've tore up. I don't believe that the road is even rated for that tonnage.
Let me stop you. We'll get Stuart
Okay.
Chai from the traffic department, and he'll come out and just make a comment for us, tell us what the street is. I mean, beyond that, we can't do anything about the street here today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Revision, that the truck traffic will go
Okay.
to the west.
I believe Stewart left, went back to his office. I'll make sure.
Timing. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioners, any further discussion? Cast your votes. And it is approved, as conditioned.
Item 6 is PUD 1443. This is an application by Legacy Bank to rezone 11500 North Kelly Avenue from R1 to PUD 1443 in Ward 7.
Members of the Planning Commission, Dennis Box on behalf of the applicant, and I hope that you all received the letter that we mailed out after last meeting. Mr. Bright made a good suggestion, and that was he would like to have everything in writing and have a new map which would show and reflect what we'd agreed to. Based on the comments that we received at the last meeting, we made a number of changes, lowered our density. You saw the uses that we restricted and took out. The staff report, I think, speaks for itself, but I think it's important to note that in this case, we not only have a situation where we've got the comprehensive plan, but we've got a situation where we've got a sector plan. Now, the sector plan was a plan that was reviewed. It's a little over 100 pages long. It was approved in '09. This is designated for an urban growth area, and there are a number of things within that plan that I think Ernie Ish did a very good job in providing for in regard to this PUD. Number one, the plan wants to make sure that if you have a piece of property that has some amenities like trees, lakes, open green belt areas, that we keep it. In this case, we have 25 acres within our green belt and tree preservation area. We have a lake that's 12.92 acres, including the area right around it, that will be maintained. Now, as indicated, this is an urban growth area. There were actual specifics put on that in your staff report. Your staff report says that in urban growth, you take the entire property and it shouldn't exceed 8 units an acre. If you take our entire property and add up all the dwelling units that we have, it's 7.15. So we're less than what's allowed within this select area plan. So the Northeast Sector Area Plan would call for approval of what we're asking for. As you'll recall, Pat Garrett appeared before you all last time and indicated that we'd had several meetings and that the neighborhood was supportive. In this case, I think it's important to look at the map, and if you look at the map, you'll find that what we tried to do was something else that the select area plan or the select area planning process looked at, and that was be sensitive to existing conditions. What we have to the east of us is a number of tracts that are anywhere from 1 acre to 40 acres. So what did we do? We put RA, we came up with a 50-foot buffer, we eliminated any access possibilities on the east edge of our property, and then we took our density and rolled it back over to Kelly, and if you'll look up at the northwest portion across Kelly, you'll find there's a series of apartments and a golf course. There's a golf course that runs along Hefner, so there's no residential. Now, there was some discussion last time about the amount of density, and as indicated, we lowered it from 34 to 28. Track 1, I want to make sure is clear. We have it listed, and it will, if it is developed for any kind of multifamily use, it'll only be for age restricted, 55 and over. So the only 2 parcels that could be what we'll call a standard apartment project would be tracks 2 and tract 3. So what we have is a PUD that you all are not used to seeing because it's so large. But we have a PUD that, based on the size, has been sensitive to the surrounding neighbors, has incorporated a lot of open space, has made it part of our amenity package for the future development, and we've taken mixed use, such as office, very limited commercial on the corner, and different kinds of housing stock. If you look at the map that you all have in front of you, you'll note in the map you got in the mail, one of the things that we did in working with the neighborhood and more importantly working with this planning commission based on the issues you raised last time, we took tract 10 and divided it into 3 subparts. We went from 3 units an acre to 3, 5, and then to 5. So that shows you how we tried to be sensitive on the edge of that property. Now, what's shown as AA is actually been zoned to a PUD. That is wind construction. And if you recall, I appeared on behalf of Rick Thompson, who's the president and owner of Wind Construction, and that used to be an old radio and television station, and he has now made it into his office. So we're here to answer any questions. We've been in this for about a year. This is our 7th major revision. We think we have done what the plan called for. We have tried to do everything the neighbors wanted, which is why I think they stood up and supported us, and we'd ask for your approval.
Dennis, I met with David the other morning and had a discussion with him and suggested a couple of changes. He or you were going to get back to me, and as far as I know, no one did.
Tell me what changes you would like to see.
Well, if you recall the discussion last time, I suggested that the C1 corner should probably more appropriate, or excuse me, the C3 corner should more appropriately look more like a C1 corner than a C3 corner, and suggested that some of the uses, including things like fast food, drive-through, and so forth, probably are not suited directly across from church property, a golf course, an office building. I also suggested that maybe a uniform sign plan for the monument signs be done instead of the language that says the signs will have a material consistent with the building they serve, so that there's some greater sense of continuity for this project.
David did mention that to me. 2 things. One, I thought we accomplished that first request you had by taking out the 23 uses. With regard to the eating establishments, is there a specific kind of eating establishment you don't want? I mean, are you talking about a Sonic or McDonald's or?
Well, I gave David a list the other day when we met. I talked about the issues or the uses that I thought,
because we
probably, given the nature of that corner, the nature of the area, some of those things probably shouldn't be there. There was another use that I thought was stricken, but I don't see it stricken, and that's automotive equipment, cleaning, repairs, light equipment.
that we can do away with. The eating establishments, I think, are appropriate in there. When you look at this as an urban growth area, one of the things your plan calls for is that you have a mixed use with services to be provided for, both residential, office, and commercial. And if somebody wants to get something to eat, I think the corner would be the perfect place to do it, the corner of Kelly and Hefner. But the other use you mentioned we'd be okay with. On the sign policy, now you know we have language in there that it has to be a uniform standard, and we'll have to come back on each tract for you all to review not only the buildings but the site plan, and we have no problem in saying that part and parcel of that is our signs also, because it from probably the fifth revision on, we have agreed that we'll have ground signs and that they'll be uniform in nature. So I don't know what additional language you'd want, but that's something you'll be able to look at and decide.
Well, if the language remains in the PUD that says consistent with the materials on the buildings they serve, That doesn't accomplish what I'm suggesting. It doesn't accomplish what we've accomplished along Northwest Highway, where I think we're dramatically improving the appearance of those roadways.
Are you comfortable if you have the right to review it, knowing we've already gone to a 100 square foot ground?
Not if it has this language in it.
Okay, well, what language would make you comfortable? I guess I'm not following.
I'd like the material to be uniform or consistent, the same. I don't care what you pick. I'm not trying to suggest that it be stone, brick, anything else specifically, but that once you have a sign...
Once we pick the first one, the next...
The others,
4 or 5.
I mean, what goes inside the sign obviously is consistent with each separate use.
Okay, let me check with my client real quick on that. Mr. Chairman, Barry Burkett with the bank has indicated that we are agreeable to have that consistency that you're asking for, and so we will, before our first site plan comes before you, we will pick the materials, and you already know what the size will be, and you'll be able to say yes or no, and whatever you end up approving, that's what the signs will all be.
Excuse me, comments and discussion? Anyone?
I was not at the last meeting, which I'm somewhat thankful of, looking at the minutes and the length of time that it took to get through that meeting. And I expressed this to both Dennis and David in separate conversations with them this week. Kelly's a 2-lane road from 122nd south to 63rd. And so...
And Hefner East and West is the same.
Hefner East and West is the same. So
now, Hefner, we just gave an easement, and they're getting ready to expand it.
Okay.
But I do not know about Kelly.
Right. And so we have planned for this. How many total residential units?
Well,
I think it was 1,540.
The total number of units that could be built, if somebody built every unit allowed within this PUD, would be 1,709. To put that in perspective, I know you and Commissioner Gales have expressed some concern, and I think it's a valid concern of making sure that we don't have another 122nd Penn. 122nd Penn, which was not 239 acres, but was less than a quarter section, allowed for 2,877 units. So,
well, I agreed, and your point was made in our conversation earlier, but when 122nd Penn was developed, even if I go back in time, 122nd Penn was 4 lanes at Penn, 4 lanes at 122nd. Here we have, and I know that you have a timeline, it won't happen all at once, but the character of these roads in this area is rural. They're in the middle of the city, but there's no development up and down these roads. I mean, you can drive it, like I said, I drive it regularly from the Kilpatrick Turnpike all the way back south to 63rd. And the thought that, one, I'm not sure that the proposed development with 3-story apartments is in character with the surrounding area, because there's not a 3-story building in sight. Tallest buildings out there are the towers. One, that issue. But secondly, with respect to Kelly and Hefner, the density with regard to that on this, that amount of road or development with that bit of substandard for that, in my view, roadway, it just seems to be too much for the area. That's,
Understand, couple thoughts on that, Mr. Hensley. I think your points are well taken, but I think there's a good answer to them. Number one, in 2009, you all did a study, and that study came up with a plan for the northeast sector, and it identified areas that should stay rural, and identified areas that should go with urban growth. This falls right within that urban growth. And if you look at it, if you go back to the west a short distance, what do you have? You've got a major arterial. If you go up to the north, you have the same thing. So now that utilities are becoming available, it is going to be a situation where the roadways are going to improve as development occurs. This will occur over a long period of time, being 239 acres, but I mean, all we can go on is a plan. That plan that you all adopted, the plan that the City Council accepted, and a plan that requires us to do certain things. One of the things that requires that we be sensitive to that east edge. We've done it. That's why we've got Track 9 and 10, A, B, and C. If you're going to have urban growth, if you're going to spend the money to bring utilities, if you're going to spend the money to improve the roadways, it's a chicken and egg. You've got to have some density. You've got to have some different uses. If you're going to develop 5-acre tracts, 10-acre tracts, you probably never improve the roadways. So being in an urban growth area, this is what it's called for. Now, will it develop immediately? No. And are there certain things that must be done? Yes. Number one, we've got to have extra setbacks. We provided that. We've got to maintain green belts. We provided that. We've got to have step-down intensities. We've done that. The plan calls for sign setbacks, sign regulations. We've done that. And tree preservation, all of which we've complied with. So, all right.
This suggests why we need a new plan. And we'll soon have one, because we'll have to look at different areas of the city a lot more closely.
well,
You know, on the street issue, could I have Ernie?
yeah, that'd be great. I'd be happy to have Ernie's input.
Ernie Ish with Ish and Associates. The city has plans in progress to improve Hefner and widen it from Broadway Extension to Eastern. It also has plans in progress under a bond issue to improve Kelly from Hefner to 122nd. 122nd has already been improved, including the intersection.
Yeah, 122nd North is improved primarily because of the development of the auto alley up there and the industrial and commercial uses that exist up there in that particular area, but it ceases at 122nd southbound all the way down to 63rd in its current state. And so,
As of today. But the
As of
city
today.
has 2 bond issue projects. Plans are in progress to improve Kelly on down to Hefner and to improve Hefner from Broadway Extension to Eastern.
thank you.
Janice, you had a comment?
I think that answers the roadway question. Go ahead.
My comment is more of sort of a policy nature. I think this application illustrates sort of an issue that we have as a body that we're going to have to come to grips with. This is so large and comprehensive that it's kind of mind-boggling. My eyes glaze over every time I sit down with it and start looking at it in detail. Even though I've got some experience with doing that kind of thing, it's a lot of information to absorb and to take in and to try to apply one piece to the other pieces and see how they relate to the whole, and to look at the plan and to look at the area plan and so forth. In my own ward, of course, I have issues with things that are developing and we're getting them piecemeal, and we want to see the big picture. And so, I mean, there's a balance there that we're going to have to, I mean, I would love it if we would have had the opportunity to sit down, you know, almost in a study session kind of environment and work through this application, you know, bit by bit, piece by piece, talk through some of the policy implications of various pieces of it and how they're going to fit together and so on. But, you know, we're sort of at push comes to shove here. We're going to have to decide whether we want to take on these things as a whole and deal with them in one big bite, or whether we want to see them in smaller pieces where they're a little bit easier to grapple with, but don't necessarily tell us much about the big picture. And I guess that's kind of where I am. I keep going back and forth as I'm weighing this. I don't think anybody wants to see another 122nd and Penn, and I think Mr. Bach's point is well taken that this is a lot more land. But as I say, I keep going back and forth. I also do think that it would be unfortunate for there to suddenly be 3-story apartments at this location. The
Janice,
point about the restaurant uses and so forth on the corner, if you take it just, in a vacuum, if you will, then yes, of course, that would be where they should go. When you look at this site and what's there and what's around it, is that really what we want to see going up there? I don't know.
Well, if we look, we've had experience with projects this size and larger. We've looked at Village Verde. We've spent time with the applicants, a lot of interaction with commissioners before it actually got to the public hearing stage. And that 470-acre project went through here in 10 minutes because there had been that kind of interaction and discussion and the issues that were of concern to the neighbors and the commissioners had been resolved. The area north of Quail Springs Mall, 230-odd acres, the same kind of outcome because of the interaction that occurred before it got to the public hearing stage among a lot of the different commissioners. I think when that happens and we have a better understanding of it and interaction and comfort with it, it's a lot easier than taking these things, some items at a public hearing, then some more items come up at another hearing, and so or there's no response until the public hearing and so forth. That makes it harder.
Well, let me comment upon that. The Quail Springs project, that isn't happening. We worked really hard on that, and it's not happening. I think there's not a person in this horseshoe that can look at this application and will say, everything that you're saying on that map will happen. We don't know who's going to buy what, who's going to come back in and want a modification. That happens with these kind of large projects, all of which is speculative. And we're not talking about, you're not representing the developer, you're representing the bank that happens to own this, and we have a place where these elements can be put in. I appreciate all the work that was done. I think that what you've done is appropriate with the modifications that Chairman Yokel said, but I know for a fact that this will come back with some modification. It will be, well, wait a minute, I don't want to do that, and we'll have a site plan, we'll have to do this all over again. My overall comment is that this is a type of project that we should never have seen at all, because this is, quote, urban growth under the 2000 comprehensive plan, and then with no infrastructure. The roads aren't there. There might be plans for it, but the roads are not there. And if they're not there, then don't come before us until they're ready to be done and we're ready to do it. So therefore, again, the emphasis is on the commissioners, is be involved in the new comprehensive plan work, and let's see if we can fix the problems that we have encountered over and over and over with way too much of here. Well, you have the right. It's in urban growth. Well, wait a minute. Maybe we need to modify that. It may be urban growth, but when there's no infrastructure, you don't do it. I just think that we need to be really engaged in that process as much as possible. Again, I appreciate what you've done, and I actually don't object to doing this because I know that I'm going to see it again.
And if I might, in response to what you said, and Chairman and Commissioner Powers, over the last year, we have had several meetings with Mr. Williams, and so he has given us input and direction in regard to what he wanted to see in his ward. We've met with the neighbors on a number of occasions to make sure we work with them in regard to how our balance would be. I remember a couple of years ago when this commission was very upset with a client that I had that had quite a large amount of land and was coming before you with a number of different individual zoning cases. And the mantra was, we want to see the whole plan. We want to see the whole picture. And I understood that, and that's what we're trying to bring you today. So if the plan means anything, we're in conformance with it. We've done everything that it requires us to do. We've met with the neighbors. They're happy. And I think in regard to the roadway issue, Mr. Ish did a good job explaining what was going to take place there. With regard to the density, I had those same concerns, and the bank, to its credit, has probably modified this substantially. I don't know half, but at least a third from what they originally thought was appropriate. So we're nowhere near the 122nd and Penn scenario. We have a lot of open space, and we have a lot of greenbelt area. We have setbacks, all those things that you all asked for. And then we have to go through the next steps, and as Mr. Bright said, you're going to see us back. If no one wants to change anything about what's approved here, they're going to have to do a plat on each tract, and they're going to have to do a site plan. So you'll see all of it.
Well, I agree with everything. I don't disagree with Bob, Janice, as a policy matter, but I think, yes, the sector plan calls for this to be urban growth. But urban growth does not necessarily mean R4.
Or urban density.
Or urban density. So my point, I'm considering an application that was up that had a significant, in my ward, close to Bucks, at 39th, right by Highway 66 and the turnpike there. And the issue with that application with regard to this commission and the surrounding area was that the residential development, the residential component of that, it was, believe it or not, it was not, as you recall, the big box. It wasn't the hotel. It wasn't the grocery store. It wasn't any of that. It was that the residential component of that particular development was out of character with the rest of the residential that surrounded it. And that, I think, is that part, Dennis, is one, is that R4 density, and even getting past that, the character or the R4 component in an area that is, I know the links are close by on 122nd, closer up toward west of there, but this area is, like I said, a 3-story building out there in this particular area stands out, is out of character, I think, from the surrounding area. That's just my view.
And that's also in the plan.
Well, all I can say is, if you read the plan that you all approved in '09, it talks about what kind of density on an overall tract is appropriate for urban growth. And that's defined as 8 units an acre. And we're at 7.15. We're less than what's appropriate. So the shift from east to west allowed us to put 2 apartment projects along Kelly, and RA, which is more in keeping with the existing houses on the eastern portion of our property. But you've got to look at this as a whole property. And if we don't look at it as a whole property, the message you're sending is just piecemeal it. Just bring it in a tract at a time. If you've got an apartment project, bring that 10-acre tract in. If you've got 8 acres of commercial, bring it in. If you've got 10 acres of office, bring it in, and we'll just piecemeal it. And I don't think that's good for the city, and it's sure not what your plan calls for, which says if you have property, put it all within the confines of a PUD and meet these standards which we have. So,
Okay, motion, Commissioner, action. The applicant's willing to delete the automotive equipment cleaning and repair use and to agree to a uniform sign program once we begin looking at signs. So those would be two modifications.
One comment about the density issue, and your statistic is 7.1 per acre, and the recommendation is no more than 8 units per acre, is that right?
The plan, when it looks at urban growth, says that if you take your entire tract, the standard that you should not exceed would be 8 units an acre. In fact, that's in your staff report.
Well, okay, but is it fair to do the calculation based upon the amount of acres that are included in a lake and included in the forest?
Of course.
Come on.
That's why you...
No, but we're talking about just density. You've got woods that goes clear all the way through it in a 12-acre lake or something like that, and you're making the calculation based upon that whole body that you've got within the four corners. And I think that that's a good argument, Dennis, but it's not exactly what I think was intended by the density issues that we're dealing with. So if you take away those acres, you probably are in excess of 8 units per acre of livable space.
I would disagree. I would defer to Mr. Klaus,
kind of
who's a planning
rhetorical argument. You've got the numbers, and that's the acres, but I've got the whole forest that goes from one side to the other. And I have to say is that the troubling part of this is exactly what Commissioner Hensley is referring to. It's the amount of R4 that's in this particular area, and I just don't know that that's exactly what is involved, because there's not another, on my map, and not another place in this whole sector that has anything other than R1, AA, R1. It's all that.
Just
and
to the north and
you're
west,
throwing a boatload of apartments in this thing.
Mr. Bryden,
I just have my...
If you look at this PUD up just north of what's shown as R1,
551.
You know what that is?
I have no clue.
Apartments.
It's apartments.
Well, then, I stand corrected.
But
I almost have to agree with, if this would have been brought in at 160 acres and we're going to do something else with the balance of the thing, I think we'd have had a problem. He's brought something in that we have asked for, just like he was saying. And this is what it's going to be, and just like Mr. Bright said a while ago, this is going to be market generated. The market's going to change next year. It's going to change next month. We're going to see this thing again. And, I really don't, I would have a problem if he brought in half of it rather than the whole thing. And I don't have a problem with what he's got. I don't have a problem with the density. I don't have a problem with it meeting the sector plan. And I see the thing as a good project. And with that, I'm going to make a motion to approve it, with the exception of the signs.
And the automotive repair deletion.
That's correct. Right, which is as part of our packet. So.
Okay, any further discussion? Cast your votes. And it is approved.
thank you very much.
Item 7 is SPUD 639, application by SBA Communications to rezone 6500 North Lottie from PUD 639 to SPUD 639 in Ward 7.
Before we hear from the applicant, I'm going to ask, once the room clears, ask the municipal counselor to give a little background to all of us on both a little bit about FCC regulations as they relate to cell towers and what the limitations are on what we can and cannot approve here at the Commission. So listen closely, please.
Basically, what we will be looking at today and what you'll base your decision on will be our general zoning standards, since this is actually a rezoning request. You could also look at your general PUD and SPUD standards when considering whether or not to approve or deny this request. As the chairman has stated, federal law does restrict what municipalities can regulate, and where on cell towers, there have placed 6 limitations on cities' authorities to regulate. 3 of these are substantive restrictions and 3 are procedural. The procedural, basically, that the decision must be in writing, it must be based upon substantial evidence in a written record, and that the municipality must act within a reasonable amount of time. As far as the substantive restrictions, a decision to deny cannot unreasonably discriminate among providers. You cannot prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting personal wireless service, and the decision cannot be based upon any type of environmental effects as long as they are within their regulatory regulations. With the effect of prohibiting, generally the courts are going to say that that is the least intrusive means to close a significant gap, and therefore the provider is obligated or has the burden to prove that there's a lack of available and technologically feasible alternatives. At that point, then the protesters or the municipality could present evidence to rebut that presumption and to say that, no, there are other sites available that are technologically feasible. Then, again, the provider would have the chance to rebut that. And so that's basically kind of what we are going to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. As you know, this is a continuation of a hearing we had last month. My name is Bill LaFortune. I believe my same address in the record would be the same as I gave last time. Carrie Statz is co-counsel. I believe her address would be the same as we put into the record last time, if that's okay. I gave a pretty lengthy presentation at the last hearing, and I appreciate the Commissioner's attention to it. I'm not going to repeat all of it, obviously, since it's already in the record. And I'll spend most of my time addressing the issues you asked me to investigate in the neighborhood meeting that we had and the results of that neighborhood meeting from our perspective. I would like to highlight, though, because I think it's just so critical, a couple of the points that were made in the December presentation. Obviously, we continue to agree with the staff's recommendation for approval of the application, and would again point out that that staff recommendation was based on the fact that the proposed tower does meet all of the conditions for approval of this conditional cell tower use, and that the proposed use is in conformance with the comprehensive plan. You're aware that the application is to allow for the construction of a 100-foot tower, telecommunications tower, just north or behind Coles Garden. The zoning map depicts exactly where the proposed tower would go. I'd like to reemphasize, I don't know I addressed this very in detail, much in detail, the last hearing, that we've purposely limited the application, the subject property of this application, to 0.23 acres of what Coles Gardens PUD is, which is actually 13 acres. For the purpose of any concerns that this would, your approval of this use in this PUD would promulgate further towers. In fact, this tower will help not promulgate further towers, not only here but in the existing area, because of that offloading from existing towers we talked about that this tower will achieve. But we really believe the most critical component which supports your approval of this application is the fact that the underlying zoning is O2, and that as we meet every regulation you all have put in place and the city has put in place for a cell tower in an O2 zoning district. So as a matter of right, it could have been put in. However, the overlay of Cole's Garden limits the uses to cultural events, and that's why we're here. Something I didn't note last time in regards to meeting these O2 zoning requirements is we've observed several of the meetings you all have had in recent months, and in one meeting in particular, I remember Commissioner Gale giving the history of cell towers in Oklahoma City and how you all have accommodated the industry as it expanded and said, you know, you tell us what you need, we're going to put ordinances in place which will address that for future expansion, limiting or allowing it. And part of the frustration, I think, that I heard that day in that meeting, back in August, I think, was that they're trying to put cell towers in our districts. I recognize we're surrounded by an R district. I'm not trying to play games with the commission. I wouldn't do that. But the fact of the matter is, most importantly, because it meets the O2 zoning district requirements for cell towers, it meets that residential setback. That's the setback that was put in place to protect residential, surrounding residential districts. And I think it's critical and helps our application as opposed to others that might want to go right in the middle of an R district or violate, or they'd ask you to vary the setback of the residential district setback. I'm not going to go back into the dramatic need we have for service coverage. We saw the maps that AT&T produced. We do have the RF engineer here today, thankfully, to help address questions that the commission may have. But you saw the maps. You saw what the current coverage, where the yellow and red is low, if any, coverage, which basically all the drop calls we all experience, all the call fails we experience, that's what all this is about. It's just a lack of adequate service coverage north and south of I-44 in that area. Then you saw the map, if you'll go to the next one, that showed what this tower will accomplish. We still have that. Let's see. And particularly critical to the questions you asked last time, Commissioners, is this green, how excellent the coverage becomes north of I-44 as well as somewhat south of I-44, because you asked us to look right at that. And we talked a lot about this 2,000% increase in wireless data and these maxed out towers that exist now, and how this not only helps provide coverage, but helps offload data off those maxed out towers that surround it north and south and east and west. At the last meeting, it was discussed that, and the counselor has mentioned this issue that we have a burden to show you that a determination was made after looking at several sites that this would be the only site that would work. We provided a letter at the last meeting, or to staff prior to the last meeting. We'll go back into detail about that. It talked about National Cowboy Hall of Fame. It talked about the County Line Barbecue, which I guess has a new owner. I just heard, I saw. So I won't go back into that because the initial questions from the commissioners at that meeting were two questions. Mr. LaFortune, would you go back and investigate the National Guard Armory as a potential site and any areas south of Interstate 44 as potential sites, and see if you can determine if any site down there or over there at the Armory would work, or the facility? And we did. You had a letter dated January 5th. I'll call it Exhibit, I think it's going to be F now, it continued from the last meeting, from SBA, where they analyzed the National Guard Armory. That was done within just a couple of days of our last meeting. And the first thing we found out was that from the colonel, I guess a lot of these National Guard facilities are state-owned. They certainly are state troops. But this is one of the few federally owned facilities, National Guard facilities. And the colonel told us it'll be difficult, if at all, that you could ever get a long-term lease. That's what he told us. And you all can imagine trying to get any kind of a lease to the federal government in some decent and reasonable amount of time, as the counselor mentioned, for its cell tower. And I'll talk more about our meeting with the neighborhood, but what was interesting, you all know the Persimmon Hill, and we'll hear from them. The neighborhood association is bounded by Kelly over there, 63rd in the south, and the north, forgotten, but the next major intersection, then Martin Luther King over on the east. What was interesting in the neighborhood meeting, when we already knew at that meeting, which was December 13th, that this site wasn't going to work, the National Guard. But what was interesting is some of the residents who lived nearest to the National Guard site didn't like that site. So some of those that are opposed because it's near them probably would love it there. Some that live over there don't want it there either. Well, I thought that was an interesting, it's just something that came up in the meeting. I thought was relevant for the commission's analysis. The sites south of Interstate 44, and I'm not going to regurgitate this letter. It speaks for itself. It was done by the experts in conjunction with the RF engineers. And as you all know, I mean, it's basically a site for a cell tower is two things: zoning issues, RF issues. And what we found was areas south of I-44 not only had mostly our district, you have that river that goes through there, you have wetlands, floodplains, there's residential developments down there. And if we want to put it down there, those residential units are going to come speak to you also in protest, you know it. But it's our zone. So you get in that whole issue in your ordinances about how do you put a cell tower in our zone districts. At the neighborhood meeting on December 13th, it was proposed that we look at this church property. Well, this was the evening of the 13th. We met with the neighborhood at the National Cowboy Hall of Fame. We drove, right after we left, I drove down there. It was dark. But I could certainly see all the houses, and I could see Christmas lights, and I could see all the things that we'll face if we went down that area. But that area doesn't work either. It doesn't work from an RF, and I'll let the RF engineer address it. But it's near homes too. And it's the same old thing. Let's move it to someone else's neighborhood, not ours. And so we really have our hands tied. And I talked to some of the commissioners after the last meeting, and I know that there's a belief that we could come up with something else. We can come up with some other site. But all I can say to you, with all I have in front of me, and all you all have in front of you, is that SBA, which is not Southwestern Bell, that was asked at the neighborhood meeting, it's not. SBA Communications is a company that builds cell towers all over the country and the world. It's not affiliated in any way with Southwestern Bell. They do this for a living. They hire consultants to do the site location, investigation, consideration, and they come back with all of these very detailed pieces of information. And as much as I would have loved to have found an area not near a neighborhood, not near a residential district, south of I-44 where the National Guard would have worked, they would have worked for some of these neighbors. Anyway, but let's say south of I-44. As you see in this letter, the AT&T RF engineers, one is here, will tell you it doesn't address all that green area we need to address north of I-44, where there also are broadcast towers farm not too far, within eye distance. So that's what we provided to you in terms of your request that we investigate and analyze. And I was hopeful when I left here that day that I would be able to come back to Commissioner Bright and others that I spoke to and say, we found something. But the experts tell us they haven't. So we believe we've met our burden that the council referred to as far as showing you other sites were considered, investigated, are not viable either from a zoning or RF aspect. Now, at the neighborhood meeting, before we went there, I had a conversation with my client. And a telecommunications tower, a 100-foot telecommunications tower, the standard monopole design, is obviously extremely preferable from their perspective, from any telecommunications perspective. It provides better co-location than a flagpole. It provides all sorts of things that actually would help not promulgate more towers, because you'd be able to put more antennas of carriers up at the top of it. They're resistant to a flagpole. We indicated to them we believe that that would be something we would like to present to the neighborhood association at the December 13th meeting. Do I have your approval, client, to do that? They finally granted it to me. I did present that. I think you have in your packets a couple of pictures of what a flagpole looks like with Old Glory. It looks better in color, I think. But what it looks like, what it would look like. And you have those, you have black and whites. If color, we can maybe put those on the screen, just to give you a better example. We offered that to the neighborhood. Not that we expected them to agree to it that night, because they're very opposed to this cell tower. But we thought that might be a way to work with them, a way to ease the impact visually, even though last time I was here, I provided 2 different studies, one from Massachusetts and one from Illinois, that this property value issue of where you can see a flagpole from your residence and how it impacts property values has been studied, and the experts say there's no ascertainable impact on property value because you can see a cell tower in the distance, particularly one, I think, versus that looks like this versus one that looks like your standard cell tower. So we are willing, if the commission sees fit to grant the application, to have this as a condition. We're willing to meet every other condition the staff has recommended. We're willing to provide as much. Now, where the tower is, if you walk to the site and you go east to where the residences are over there, the little residences you see, that is flat and there's an upgrade from that site. So there's already a natural geography upgrade and shrubbery that shields the homes on that other side. We're willing to provide more. We're willing to provide trees, ones that may be thick and evergreen and can be put in. I mean, those are expensive, and we're happy to do it to alleviate the concerns of really the most impacted homes over here on the east boundary. I really don't have anything else to add, except the respectful request that you grant it and respond to questions you have, and have the engineer respond to any questions you have of him. His name is Kelly Killian.
Any questions of Mr. LaFortune before we hear from protesters or the RF engineer?
Well, I have a couple of observations
Go ahead.
I'd like to throw out. I think it's interesting that when you're looking for your site, you're looking for 2 things, zoning and RF. So you meet the RF, and then you have to find the zoning. You immediately exclude residential zoning because we can't go there. Ironically, had whoever was doing this initial site selection done their homework, and they would have looked at this site in the UC, they would have seen it was also prohibited here. But they didn't, did they? They jumped on it because there was underlying O2 zoning. And I think that would be valid if it was O2 and then we come along, say, oh, somebody wants to put a cell tower here, let's immediately put it in some kind of a conservation district. Didn't happen. This has been sitting there for a long time. It was well thought out, it was well planned, and that's why the prohibition is there in the first place. So I'm having trouble, Bill, with the comment that, well, we have underlying O2 zoning. This, to me, is really no different than an R1 situation where it's prohibited, because it was, on R1, it's prohibited by reference, okay? Here, it is specifically prohibited by a tighter land use. I see some irony there. The other ironic point I see is the United States government doesn't want to be bothered with cell towers, go away. Oh, by the way, we have a federal communications law that says you can put cell tower wherever you want to. Some irony there. Those are my 2 comments. My question is, at this point, I still have a problem with the fact that it's in this zoning district. But that said, I'm going to jump from that for a moment and say, the other problem I had is obviously any cell tower, I think, aesthetically is a problem for this site. But the flagpole is more aesthetically pleasing than a standard cell tower, standard monopole.
Thank you, Mr.
And you are willing to do that?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr.
Nick, as a point of clarification before we go on, towers aren't prohibited in R1, but they require a special permit.
They require a special permit.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, towers are permitted by right in R1 up to a certain height.
Correct.
But this tower is prohibited because of its height without a...
Right, without a special permit.
But, you know, my point there, yeah, the ironic part of that, Mr. Chairman, was somebody did a quickie look at a zoning map, saw O2, and jumped on this site, and it became the champion.
I understand your point. I just wanted to clarify the special permit option.
I'd like to, first of all, commend the Municipal Counselor's Office, Dan Brummett and Susan, for, I think, an excellent memorandum on this particular subject that has to be very complex, and you've reduced down probably 400 pages of regulations and rules into 15. It's a really very insightful memorandum. And based upon that memorandum, Bill, this is where I'm coming. This is the issues that we can and can't deal with, according to federal regulations, are all set forth in what Municipal Counselor's Office said. And it has to do with, the coverage, and then also the site selection, et cetera, that we can't do, we can't prohibit you to have a site selection if, in fact, you are in some way restricted from providing coverage. This cell tower, as I'm reading all these words in here, has to do with coverage, which is not as good as you'd like. It relates to offloading other heavily congested sites.
Yes, sir.
The heavily congested sites are these other cell towers that are all located all around here.
Yes, sir.
There's been no addressing whether or not those cell towers that are already existing can't be reconstructed, made bigger, put additional facilities on those cell towers in order to delete this heavily congested sites. There's been no evidence presented that you can't, it'll cost you some money to go into those other cell towers and revamp them, redo them. Tear one down, the 50-foot one, and put a 100-foot one in there if they're already positioned. So I'm looking at those alternatives so that this particular application, and then, keying on what Commissioner Dales has said, this is very strange, is that's the first issue. Other cell towers that you have, I would like to know what the evidence is that you can't enhance those or tear one down and put another one up that has all the stuff on it that's going to be, taking care of your heavily congested units. That's the first issue. The second one is that, like, for example, the National Cowboy Hall of Fame, you say that particular corner, it would not interfere with the operations of the museum, but it would not meet setback requirements. We have done waivers and waivers and waivers on setbacks and other issues all the way through the time that I've been on this commission. Is that, why not that? Why not explore this coming in here with a waiver and just put it? National Cowboy Hall of Fame is on a big hill, and there it is, and so it would be kind of interesting if there's a cell tower right there if you just come in with a waiver on that. The other,
let me address that real quickly, because otherwise I'll lose my train of thought and not respond as I should. There's really three issues. There's RF, zoning, and a willing landowner. So let's add the third that I forgot.
Right. No, I understand. Yeah.
And I think with the Cowboy Hall of Fame, there were those technical issues. And there also was, at the end of the day, as I understand it, from those that, not me, that conducted the negotiations, they just lost interest in trying to be a lessor.
They just didn't like you at all.
At the end of the day, after many discussions, that's what I've been told.
Well, you've got a group right behind you that don't like you at all either, so,
I've gotten used to that.
But let me.
The neighbors said that they would protest if we put it at the National Cowboy Hall of Fame anyway. They didn't want it there. They said it would be a travesty.
There were neighbors at the meeting, if I recall, to be as truthful as I can remember what happened, was when that did come up at the neighborhood meeting, it's kind of like the National Guard Armory. Those members of that neighborhood association didn't want it. Those that could see the National Cowboy Hall of Fame over in the far southeast corner of that quadrant, didn't want it there. So-
Well, but now, this is the end of my kind of analysis of where we are, is that you come in here with your evidence, that you, and just as you said, you're subject to what the SBA report says. So are we. I don't know if it's good, bad, or indifferent, but our impediment, and this is the impediment on complying with the federal regulations that we have to deal with these cell towers, is that if you establish that you have, this is the place, our burden then, once you've shown that that's your place available, then our burden is to rebut what you've said, showing a lack of available and technologically feasible alternative sites. And we are dealing with absolutely no expert on our side at all that can rebut anything. I mean, it's just gut feeling. I mean, we don't have your guys.
Well, Commissioner,
I think it's a very interesting dilemma that we face in dealing with any of these issues, other than Commissioner Gale's point, straight zoning. This is not, you don't do it here.
Well, you raised an excellent question about can you, from an engineering aspect, can you go to these towers that exist on the four corners surrounding this lack of coverage? And it's not just this federal issue in terms of denying an application that's been shown to you to be the only site is in effect of denying wireless coverage, wireless service in that area. Does it rise to the level of you have service but it doesn't work hardly at all? I mean, to me, I would say that would be the same thing. If you deny an application, we met our burden, you didn't rebut it, and we met it. In this case, and he can address it, and I think you raised an excellent question. I don't know, as an engineer, if you could take those towers that exist, tear them down, build a bigger one. I'm sure it probably requires some zoning relief of some kind anyway to do all that, but can you address that question? And this is from the hip, because I never thought about it.
Just a second. I would change your word rebut to evaluate. Our job isn't to rebut what he's suggesting, but our job is to evaluate as best we can. We're not in the business of either approving or denying applications as a matter of practice.
No, you're right.
So
I agree.
You'd be looking at the evidence that's presented before you.
That's my point. We're evaluating what's before us, and not, rebut's the wrong word, period. I mean, that's not our role.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for the opportunity to let the AT&T address that question.
I was going to ask for him to come forward. So give us your name and address, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Killian. I'm the lead RF engineer for Arkansas and Oklahoma. My work address is 14201 Wireless Way, Oklahoma City. The problem that we have in this area, if you can scroll that slide up just a little bit so I can, that red dot there, keep going a little bit more if you would, please. The red dot that's in the slide, that's our proposed location. If you look at the surrounding sites, we have a number of them. The red that you see on there, on the sectors, when it's red, that means it's an immediate concern of AT&T's it's running out of capacity. And what that means is it's carrying too much traffic. It doesn't have enough support to give the customers the demand that they're asking for. There's a couple ways you can address that. The first way, and the preferred way, is to add a carrier, is what it's called. And what that is you're utilizing the spectrum that we have to add an additional, if you may, site at that exact location. In Oklahoma City, we are very unique in AT&T has the least amount of spectrum across the nation in Oklahoma City available. We have 2 blocks of 1900 spectrum, 5 megahertz each. Those 2 blocks are being used for our UMTS network. We also have 12.5 meg of 850 spectrum. It takes 5 megahertz of spectrum to do a carrier, a UMTS carrier. So we have a third carrier on 850. So in essence, we have 3 sites at one location. excuse me, to add a fourth carrier, we cannot do it on 7.5 mega spectrum because we are utilizing that for our GSM network. AT&T has, if you go to your commercials, 2G, 3G, 4G, right? We've deployed 4G in Oklahoma City as well, which is LTE, and it's not offloading any of the sites in this area yet either. We have to have a fourth carrier, basically, to offload our UMTS network, and we can't do it. We don't have the spectrum. So that's out of the question. We can't, there's no possible way to do it. The way we get by is, if we can't do that, our next option is to do what's called a sector split. It's taking a single sector and making it two. So I'm taking a 65-degree beam width antenna and putting two antennas in that, two 32-degree antennas. So now I have, basically I've added 3 more sites to that one area, to that one sector, because I have one point in this way, I have one point in this way, right? Unfortunately, when you have that many sites showing power exhaust or problem capacity concerns, it's generally not going to be feasible to do that with a sector split. But also when you have major highways, i.e. I-44 and I believe is that I-40 or I-35, Broadway extension, excuse me. When you have major traffic going through an area, fast-moving traffic, sector splits do not work. The reason why is because you create a soft handover zone is what it's called. And what that is your 2 sectors that you have that was previously served by one, now when the traffic goes through there, it could very easily miss that handoff and shoot right past it, go to your next site, you drop your call. Because you're going through there at 65 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, whatever the speed limit may be. They've proven not to be very successful. We've done it, we've implemented them in LA on the interstates, and we've had major problems as far as retainability, customers having major problems with drop calls. Our third option, so ideally we would like to do that, but we can't because of the fast-moving traffic in that area. The third option you can do is you can build a site. And that's what we're proposing. You asked if we could raise sites. It would raise the center lines. Problem is it doesn't address we would address the coverage problem, we just don't address the capacity problem that we have in that area. And so even if you raise the site, you still have the capacity concerns. Does that answer your question as far as why we cannot raise heights and?
Yeah, I didn't understand a word you said.
No, I have a question.
Sure.
I was in Phoenix recently.
Yes.
And I noticed several times trees that looked strangely like cell phone towers.
Mm-hmm.
And then I realized they were cell phone towers. How come we don't see more of that effort to camouflage those things around here?
Number of different reasons. The main reason why you don't see, they're called stealth towers, is because you limit the amount of people that can go on that site. So this flagpole instance that we're suggesting, and why I hesitate to do them is because when I build a stealth tower, AT&T is going to be the only person that can go on that site because I take up 3 center lines. You can only put 1 antenna at each point. Well, I require, for the services that I provide with AT&T, I require 3 different antennas because I provide UMTS, GSM, and LTE. So if I'm taking up 3 center lines, there's nowhere else for another carrier to come along. So for me, it's great. I don't have to worry about it. But for people that build the sites, for you guys, and for the public, they don't want to see multiple sites going in an area. So that's why we hesitate to do them.
Our policy historically has been to encourage co-location, so ultimately there are fewer towers overall in the city.
But if they look like a grove of palm trees, perhaps we would be willing to, amend our policy in that regard.
Well, let's hope they're not palm trees here, because
That may be,
Whatever.
All
I could
seriousness,
live with
Mr. Chairman,
palm trees.
that was one of the things pointed out previously about the stealth towers and trees in particular, they work pretty well out west where they have tall trees. We don't have too many 100-foot, 125-foot trees around here, and if you put up a stealth 125-foot tree, it's not too stealthy.
That's exactly right.
I'm sure we have a lot of protesters. Maybe we ought to get, look, we probably need to progress this along. Sorry, I don't mean to.
No, but I'm ready. Thank you.
Counsel.
I'm going to call the protesters just in the order that I have them in these sign-up sheets. I'm going to ask you to do the same thing. Identify yourself and your address. If someone has already made the point that you want to make, would you please pass your time along? Once we hear an issue, we don't need to hear it necessarily 5 or 6 times from each of you. The first person is Mary Overall. Okay, thank you. Jean Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity. My name is Gene Allen. I live at 6520 North Missouri, which is in the Neighborhood Association. I've lived there since 1960. I would not presume to suggest that AT&T doesn't need more towers. We all know what the phone business is like these days, and I know they're desperately trying to keep up with the competition with, by my experience, not always successfully. There aren't too many advantages to being 83 years old, but one of them is something called memory. And I remember very distinctly that the reason the Persimmon Hill Association was put through this process of zoning was to protect the brand-new Cowboy Hall of Fame and Western Heritage Center. And as you know, that's the #1 tourist attraction in the state these days. That zoning has been very successful and has served this city very well. If you stand on the front steps of the Cowboy Hall and look out to the north, up and down Northeast 63rd Street, you will find there is no commercial development there. Well, that's not quite right. There was Cole's Garden. That was sold to our neighborhood association as a beautiful sculpture garden which would not impact the Cowboy Hall. In fact, it would be good for it. It would make it better. And besides, it wasn't a commercial development. They got that one right. Not even the marriage or the wedding chapel could save that one, which I always thought was kind of strange because I would have thought that lots of couples would want to get married next to a statue of Apollo, but apparently not. Okay, I'll get to the point. This tower is, we're just talking about a little old tower. What's the big deal? We know it's not going to churn out hamburgers, it's going to transmit electrons, and it's not really what you'd call a commercial development. Well, yes and no. The problem here is the doctrine of the slippery slope. Now, I'm as close to an Old Testament prophet as you're going to see today, so I'm going to make 2 predictions, 2 prophecies, and you can write them down. If you approve this tower, the next thing that's going to happen is the owners of that property are going to be down here asking you to approve a 2- or 3-story commercial building on the rest of that property. The second prophecy is, after you do that, there's going to be a line out this door of people with their projects they want to put in there too. They want to be as close to the money from those tourists as they can possibly get. There will not be any statue gardens with them unless it's a statue of one of the fast food places. Having said yes to the one, you can't not later say no to the rest of them. And that's the slippery slope. So it's only a little tower. What the heck? Over here. It's the #1 tourist attraction in the state of Oklahoma. Make your choice. Thank you very much for your time.
Rosie Kraft. You can go right in the center there, that's fine.
Thank you. To the council and the chairmen and all the members here today,
Ms. Kraft, would you give us your name and address for the record, please?
my name is Rosie Kraft. I live at 6715 North Prospect Avenue. I've lived in the area since 1979. We're here because we want our neighborhood to remain as it is, without the cell tower. Without me going through all of my questions, which most have already been answered, I'll just bring up those two questions I really thought over. What are the guidelines to generators on the flagpoles? In other words, we talked about noise, but how much more noise will be created as they add more and more generators? And then how many other towers will be needed on that same area of land once this tower has been placed there? Will it be sufficient, or will they need others? That's two of my questions. I'm a block captain in my neighborhood. I've talked with everyone on my street, both sides. One house that is adjacent to the area, the Thompsons, they have small children, they have horses, they have animals. They're very concerned about the noise, as well as what will the tower itself throw off. Any type of radiation, we don't know. We don't understand all of the discussion by the AT&T worker. It was like mud to us. And so we're very concerned about so many things that can add to complications bringing in this cell tower. My church was one of those sites that he mentioned, St. John Missionary Baptist Church, large property, 13 vacant acres in back of there, but he says that it's not suitable. That may be true. That may be true. My other concern is, why was the Cowboy Hall of Fame so much against it? Why didn't they accept it? There's plenty of property there in the area. Our neighborhood is growing. The average age in our neighborhood is 45, which I recently found out. So we have lots of room for expansion, not for other cell towers. The Millwood School District is within 6 blocks of us. You need to consider that. Also, there are properties in the neighborhood now that are for sale. One property in particular, it's a very nice property. It's across from the Cowboy Hall of Fame. I understand it's listed for $1.2 million. No one's going to buy that type of property, and knowing that a cell tower is coming in and other possible commercial businesses. So we have lots of concerns, and I don't want to go into anything that's already been discussed. I'll give my time over to the next speaker. Thank you so much.
I can answer one question for you, and I don't know anything about generators, but there can't be more than one tower on that site. There won't be any more towers there. If there's one permitted, there wouldn't be any more.
Okay, thank you. Also, it was mentioned to us by the Coles Gardens people that they may build some type of office buildings, and we were very concerned about that.
That has absolutely nothing to do with this application.
Yeah.
It's not being requested today, so we cannot address it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Gianna Huff.
I'm Gina Hoff, and the address is 1301 Northeast 63rd. I'm a realtor. I've sold real estate for over 10 years here in the city and surrounding metropolitan area. Sorry. But so I just wanted to comment on the fact of the land values. I know that they had said that they have appraisals from other parts of the country, that they've come in and said that this will not affect the values of the property. There are an equal amount of studies available that say that it does, up to 20%. And as far as like from an appraiser's standpoint, it also affects saleability. If you have one house over here who doesn't have a cell tower and another house over here that does, the consumer is going to choose the home without. So it definitely has an impact on the neighborhood values and saleability. In addition, I just wanted to say that they had mentioned there would only be one tower, but that's only because they can't put them within a certain distance of each other. Also, not to repeat anybody, but just that when the PUD was originally constructed for Coles Garden, it was for a very limited single use. Therefore, I feel like with Mr. Gales that this is a residential area and that it shouldn't be under consideration for this tower. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Julie Huff. Okay. Roberta Smith. Is Roberta Smith here? Okay.
I'm Roberta Smith. My property address is 1301 Northeast 63rd. This property has been in our family since 1904, so a really long-time resident. What I would like to bring up is when Mr. LaFortune came to our meeting, we had some questions because on Lottie at the 6500 block, it's very close to where the cell tower is going to be. And so we asked questions about the footage. And a direct quote that came to us was that they do this square footage and where it would be based on when the cell tower falls. It wouldn't fall on the house. And I think that this is a big consideration, and we didn't get this into you before, but these cell towers, they fall. Tornadoes, wind, ice. This is information. I mean, this is a lot of pages on falling cell towers. I think the next thing that I would like to say that ours is a neighborhood. It is a residential neighborhood. We're talking about a block. And when change comes to our neighborhood, this is the block, but for 95% of our neighborhood is always going to be residential. It would seem a big shame to put this big, ugly cell tower right in the heart of our neighborhood. And we're a very proud neighborhood. We've been working very hard on improvements. Just to recently, we had no vacancy. But when a vacancy comes up, when there is a sale, right now, things have been staying on the market about 2 weeks. And what we have, either people buy smaller things, they put in a larger home, or we have, with the nice homes that we have, people come in, they purchase them, they remodel, they make them larger. So we are an established neighborhood. We have worked very, very hard because we've known the Grand Prix is coming. We're proud of the museum. We have 2 grants. We have put up beautiful markers at the entrance, so exceptionally beautiful markers. We have just received a grant for ornamental lighting, like ornamental lighting cell tower, but the ornamental lighting is going all up of our neighborhood. We've received the Margaret Annis Boyd Trust. All that landscaping that you see down 63rd in front of the Cowboy Hall of Fame, that's all been provided by our neighborhood association. The museum takes care of it ongoing, but all the trees, everything you see. And we have felt like, in addition to improving our neighborhood, we have felt like that we were going forth as part of something really grand that's happening in the Adventure Zone, all the changes, everything. And we took a lot of care with the Coles Garden. That was a carefully constructed PUD to protect a residential area. And so that is what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address us that didn't sign up? Okay. Commissioners, discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have a few things that I do want to say. I think it is important for us to remember that the controls that were placed on the development of Coles Garden were placed on it for a reason. This isn't a situation where as Mr. Gale said, you have, O2 property that you're then sort of ratcheting down. You're talking about what is essentially residential property that you're allowing a very specific and limited use to go in. And I think it's really inappropriate to view that then as somehow opening the door to more intense or any kind of commercial use or development on this site. Mr. LaFortune is very adept and very persuasive, but several things that I heard him say really sort of struck me as not quite right. To say that there's no point in looking elsewhere because there's always going to be protest no matter where they decide to go seems to me to be sort of inappropriate and beside the point. We can look at RF, we can look at zoning, and I think that's really where we need to stay. As far as the RF is concerned, I mean, obviously, I'm an individual, I'm, a private citizen, I'm a volunteer. I don't have the capability to go out and hire experts to come in here and present us with, technical information about whether or not there might be a better site someplace else. I think that we can anticipate that the answer that we're going to get from applicants is always going to be, it needs to be this site. We've looked elsewhere and that just won't do. I don't think that the law can be that we're required as individuals or even as a commission to go out and hire experts to rebut that. I think we have to look at the land use issues. We have a neighborhood that's long established, that is often assaulted by various kinds of development on its borders and boundaries that we have in the past taken some care to protect and need to continue to take some care to protect. I didn't understand an awful lot of what the engineer had to say, I must confess, but I think I did understand that people are driving down Broadway Extension at 65 miles an hour talking on their cell phones or texting or doing whatever else you have to do to use 3G capability. And I cannot possibly believe that because AT&T is not able to provide the full extent of service that it would prefer to provide now or possibly in the future, that therefore we have no choice but to give them this site for a cell tower. And I simply cannot support this application.
Other discussion?
Just a couple of comments is that I appreciate the argument of applicant's counsel and applicant's expert, but I have to say that I'm not convinced that on the church property, the 11 acres that was mentioned, is that you couldn't put a big supercharged major tower on that one and make it work. No. I'm just making my comments. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that there can't be other alternatives of other existing sites. I just am not convinced that the argument is there and that you really haven't done as much as you can to go elsewhere. Having said that, I agree completely with what Commissioner Powers said, is that this is a major non-zoned place for your tower, and I have to say I support the denial of the application.
Nick?
Well, several observations after listening to the protesters. We hear often, matter of fact, on virtually every one of these applications, about land use. Is this an appropriate land use? Well, yes, it is an appropriate land use in certain zoning districts. Radiation. I know of no studies, and I've looked for them, that says these things are hazardous. Land value, whether it does or does not impact land value, frankly, as we've said at this commission level many, many times, that's not a fair consideration for us. We have to look at land use. a comment was made about the fall radius and towers fall. We have had no towers fall in Oklahoma City. We do have design standards for towers here, and those in a fall radius that they can't be close to certain structures. And our design criteria requires that should they fall, they're not just going to fall over sideways, they're basically going to scissor down. So I'm not overly concerned about that on this application or any other application. What Commissioner Powers points out, however, is very true. I have the advantage or disadvantage, having been on this commission when we did the Coles Garden deal. I remember it well. Not only did we ratchet it down to a single use, and yes, it is an O2 use, because what they wanted to do had to be an O2 use, but we put other constraints on that O2 use. A couple people brought up the fact of maybe a 3-story office building. I would suggest to the owners of Coles Garden, good luck with that. That is in no way provided for in that PUD. We talked about other height things to the extent of power poles, and could there be power poles, and should there be power poles, or should the power poles along 63rd be taken down and require underground utilities to not ruin this view? All that was contemplated and addressed in this PUD. And I would suggest to you a 100-foot cell tower is probably taller than most power poles I'm familiar with. It's out of character with this area. Now, let's go to a higher level and assume that when you look at the propagation map, every bit of dirt in that propagation area is zoned R1. And let's assume that there is an absolute compelling need for a tower in that area. What's an applicant to do? Well, I think it's very clear. What the applicant is to do is to come to us, select an R1 site, come to us with an application, get a permit to build that site, and in doing so, comply with the various other requirements, fall radius and that thing. But yes, we have approved and will approve more 100-foot, 125-foot towers in residential areas. I agree with the comments Mr. Bright made. I don't think they've exhausted all those R1 sites, but I do know that this PUD is very specific and it doesn't provide for them.
Any other discussion, commissioners? I will say, when whoever makes a motion, state a clear reason for the motion, whether it's for or against the approval of this tower.
And the reasons should be based upon your zoning regulations and SPUD regulations,
I'll take a run at it.
which is what you said.
I'm going to move that the application be denied based on the underlying zoning district prohibition of this type of, and any other type other than the one single use provided in this specific PUD.
Is there a second?
I'm going to second.
Okay.
I was waiting for an addition to the, is that okay,
Okay.
Susan? No,
Well, your standards are basically set forth in your zoning ordinance, and I think you did what you meant was maybe that it was out of character with the neighborhood, it's not compatible, those type of reasons.
With the single use in this PUD, yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Cast your votes. The motion is approved. I'm going to take a 10-minute recess at this point. We'll adjourn, or reconvene, I should say, at about 10 minutes till 4.
next time.
Yeah. Okay. We are back on the record. Hi, Ken. And looking at item number 8 on our agenda.
Item number 8 is SPUD 647. This is an application by Bethlehem Star Baptist Church to rezone 2729 Northeast 24th Street from R1 and R2 districts to SPUD 647. And this is in Ward 7.
Is the applicant here?
I'm Rodney Payne, 2704 Northeast 24th Street.
And tell us what you're going to do. You're just trying to get additional parking across the street from your church?
Exactly. We have several lots around the church, and we want to be able to put a freestanding parking lot there, and it's already gone through permit and zoning, and we're waiting on this. It's the last part.
Okay. No one has signed up. Commissioners, any discussion?
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion second to approve item 8. Cast your votes. You're approved. You're
Thank
approved.
you.
Thank you.
The sequencing of cases is important. All right. Item 9 is PC 10294. This is an application by EnviroClean Holdings to rezone 11901 North Morgan Road from RA Single Family to O1 Limited Office in Ward 8.
It pays to come right after the break.
I'm sorry?
It pays to come right after the break.
Guess so. Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. Also with me is Ken Murphy with EnviroClean. And what you're getting handed out is a map, and it has a white outline showing the subject property. What we're needing this for is the spud just to the west of it is where EnviroClean is operating now, and they've grown to a point where they have employees officing out of break rooms, conference rooms, and anywhere they can put a desk and a piece of paper. So this will allow us to build an office building to allow the employees a better work environment. The staff has recommended approval, and we're here to answer any questions.
No one has signed up, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, if you all will recall this application when we heard it the first time, one of my criticisms was the junky area to the north and east of the site, which this applicant did not own or control at the time.
Right, I remember it.
He does now. He's expanding, he's cleaning up the mess, and I couldn't be more supportive of this application. Move for approval.
Second. A couple seconds again. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve item 9. Cast your votes. And you're approved.
Thank you.
Ryan, you hope you're on a roll here?
Hey, I think it's great.
Let's go slow down now.
Just go ahead and put them on up.
Let's go slow down now.
Okay.
Item 10 is SPUD 643, an application by 164th and Western Development to rezone 164,000 Northwest Avenue from PUD 1289 to SPUD 643 in Ward 8.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Brian Kuhn with Kuhn Engineering, representing the applicant. You heard this probably, I guess, a month ago. Had some concerns about uses and kind of architectural standards. We met with Mr. Gales and have added the architectural standards of the original PUD. And with that, there's no staff recommends approval. I'll be glad to answer your questions.
No one signed up, Commissioners.
I have a really serious comment about the uses. This application with the uses that you want to have, which are all of those. I mean, and the way that the property is situated along Northwestern, down the block from the corner, I mean, this isn't a corner commercial, is that this, I have no objections whatsoever to the use of it being a Firestone store. If that's the use, that's the use. But what you've described and what this application is exactly what's occurred in this city all over the place. Here's a million C3 uses on some place in the middle of the block, and all of a sudden, Firestone's not there, and you have a strip shopping center right down the road.
But Bob, in this case, this is, all these uses are part of PUD 1289. This is in PUD 1289.
Well, wait, I understand that, but I'm saying I don't care.
Well, okay.
Yeah, no, that's what
But, you know, all those uses are permitted in this piece. So if Firestone goes out,
then you have a strip shopping center.
well, then you have the uses that are provided for in the rest of the PUD that wraps around all the way back to the east on 164th.
All of those can be put right there.
Now,
Right now, today.
Well, here's my point, is that I think that that's too many for where this is, and it's my prerogative, I think, to make the point that this is a strip shopping center, and I deny the application.
Russell was right.
He is right. You know, the thing, you know, we talked about this a little bit, you know, we don't have a locked-in deal with Firestone yet. If that goes away, we would like to still be able to do what we originally had approved years ago on this entire 1289. So I understand, I appreciate your comments, but Firestone, we can't just limit it to just Firestone at this time. So we've just asked to keep the uses that we've already got and put the restrictions that are in the current PUD for the building.
And I'm frankly okay with that. Obviously, Bob is not, but, you know, that was my concern when we heard it the first time, that those restrictions weren't there the first time, and it could be stripped out and not look like the rest of the PUD and the design standards. They've now incorporated those same design standards in this, and I'd move for approval.
Second. A motion and a second to approve item 10. Cast your votes. And that's approved with one dissenting vote.
Thank you.
Item 11 is C-6309, which is the final plat of Jackson Creek 1 and Ward 7.
Again, Brian Coon with Coon Engineering representing the applicant. This is the final plat for what we just talked about. It also plats the roadway to get it out to 164th, and this is it's consistent with the preliminary plat that you approved over a year ago.
Brian, there is a comment in this one on the top of page 5. Final plat does not represent the design approved and preliminary plat intended and governing 1289, blah, blah, blah. Address that, please. No, I think it,
I don't know how it's any different. The road may have moved 15 or 20 feet one way or another, but this is, I mean, you can see the dotted lines below it, that's what was on the preliminary plat. So I don't know how it's different than the preliminary plat, unless it's because it's not the entire plat at this point.
well, then maybe staff can give us some clarification. I'm confused by it.
The preliminary plat had the individual lots like a private drive around office lots. This one is a lot that's oriented towards Western, and that's the difference, the only difference. Similar to what Nick Galapagos is, that's how the preliminary looked.
Is it adding the one that's identified as 3 on the schematic?
Yes.
So that's one additional lot that wasn't there before?
No, this lot, what Brian is proposing, a lot oriented towards Western, and then originally, the preliminary plat had a lot similar to Lot 3 oriented towards the private drive.
Still not sure what I'm looking at then.
The preliminary plat had Lot 3 on there, the lot you're looking at. Probably had the front building line along our street to the north, or it could have been, I guess, to the west. I don't know that there was any orientation of the lot back then.
Yeah, the preliminary plat showed lots similar to, is that lots 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 that are oriented towards the north?
Right.
Okay. The lot on your property was also oriented towards the north.
Okay. And yeah.
That's the only difference.
Okay.
Oh, right, there you go, yeah. You'll still enter the Firestone from the north end.
Got it.
Parking's on the north, clients will park on the north, the driveways will be on the side, the doors will open on the west, so. I think the street's still in the same place it always was.
Street, yeah, the private driveway's in the same place.
Got it. Thank you. Any protesters?
No protest.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second to approve item 11. Cast your votes, and that's approved.
Item 12 is CE 818, and this is to close an easement in association with the same project.
Again, Brian Kuhn, Kuhn Engineering, represent the applicant. The easement goes along the south, it's never been used, we're requesting vacating it, and staff recommends approval.
Again, no one has signed up.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve item 12. Cast your votes. And
Thank
that's
you.
approved. Thank you.
Item 13 is ABC 746. This is an application by Saukar City OKC for an ABC 1 overlaying C3 Community Commercial at 4520 Old Farm Road in Ward 8.
Mr. Chair, when we have a recess, please?
Can we have a recess to review?
We have to have our hand up.
Same stuff that was handed out before. That was laying here.
Well, I'll get started. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, and I think referring to the pictures is important because the pictures are going to tell the story as to why this is appropriate. Also with me...
In that case, I'd ask, why do we have it in our packet? Not to pick on it, but we've asked before not to have large handouts come in during the meeting.
I'm not Mike either.
I'm sorry?
So we have asked in the past not to have large handouts come in at the meeting and then be asked to look at them while we're trying to pay attention to the discussion.
Well, let me ask a question. Do we really need to look at these, David?
Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask my question. Do we really, aren't all of these pictures examples of other neighborhoods in which there's an ABC embedded?
Absolutely. What it shows is that what our application is asking for to serve beer is not anything that is unique in this city. It happens all over the place. There are examples of bars, restaurants, golf courses where alcohol is served. And to the point of golf courses and bars, I would argue that the main point for a lot of people when they go to these establishments is to drink. The difference with our application, no one's coming to our facility to drink. They're coming to play soccer. When they're done, they're allowed the opportunity to have a beer, if this board allows that. But
I think you just made Mr. Gale's point.
And just before we pass by that point, we have to keep you honest a little bit here, David. I think when you start talking about restaurants that are located on, situated on, and front on to streets like Western, and that's where I am so far, they're up and down Western, or 36th Street, or even 30th, you're not talking about facilities that are embedded in a neighborhood. We can talk about the country clubs and so on maybe separately, but I don't think that that's quite a fair comparison.
Well, when I say embedded in a neighborhood, I'm looking at things here. Arterial streets, if you will, Ingrid's, the Red Rooster. They are in the center of established neighborhoods. That's my point. Some of these others aren't so much neighborhood-oriented. The golf courses, for example.
But you're also talking about, for instance, in the case of the Red Rooster, an establishment that was zoned commercial back before we had zoning, and therefore acquired its commercial use.
I fully understand. I was just trying to make the point to keep from flipping through all of these, that was the purpose of this exhibit that he handed us, that this is going to show all the various places in neighborhoods where beer is sold. And, you know, I grew up in an old neighborhood. We had down on the corner the local beer tavern. I'm not certain we necessarily routinely do that on new subdivisions that we're putting in, but the point is well made, and we all know where this is located, that it's on Meridian, it's right off 122nd. We also know it's in the middle of the neighborhood. So we've looked at them as far as I'm concerned.
And to the 2 points that have been raised, Ms. Powers, you make a great point. Much of those are served by arterials, and the point of this exhibit is outlined in orange are major arterials. Our facility, which is outlined in yellow, is served by a major arterial, Meridian. Now, it just so happens that the facility is oriented to the north, but the distance from the access point of our facility to Meridian is 260 feet. Now, you'd be hard-pressed to find people leaving our facility that are accessing 122nd, Meridian, or Hefner through the neighborhood. What they're going to do is take the short 260-foot drive to Meridian, which is a 100-foot right-of-way, divided median, arterial. So we have a unique situation in that this is in close proximity to a neighborhood. But to that point, this area developed around this facility. All the homeowners that bought their homes that currently live in the neighborhood did so with the understanding that there was a commercially zoned complex where they were buying. So with me today, I have several people. I have an Officer Clark, who is with the Tulsa County Sheriff's Office, who works the security at their Tulsa facility. I have Major Sergeant Cadena, who is a police officer here in Oklahoma City, who works security at this facility. I have Chris Nunn, who is a neighbor who plays at the facility, who is in support. I have Michael Story, who she plays at the facility. She doesn't live in the neighborhood, but she's a mother of 4 children. She's in support. And I believe everyone has a support letter that was sent from a Jesse Groff, who couldn't be here today, but they also live in the neighborhood, are supportive. So if you'll remember, back in September, we were here and we were continued to allow us to operate and show that we are a good neighbor and show that we're going to do things right. Because if you'll remember, the previous operators, they were a family-run business. Mom was working the concession, Dad was reffing the games. Nobody was worried about what people were doing in the parking lot and what people were doing inside the facility. Well, we have a new operator. This is a group out of Tulsa that's been doing this for 10 years. They've won several community awards in Tulsa, and they run it like a business. They have police officers who work security. They've gone in, they've installed new lighting, they've repaved the parking lot, they've installed cameras throughout their facility. So this is now run like a professional business, so we don't have to worry about what's happening in the parking lot. We know there's a police car parked outside every night for the last 2 or 3 hours of operation. What our application for is for ABC1, which allows beer and wine. They are only going to serve beer. And the reason that they want it is they have lots of adult leagues. They have youth leagues during the winter months when the kids can't play outside, but they have a lot of adult leagues. And adults, after games, will like to enjoy a beer or two before they leave. This isn't a bar. This isn't a destination where people are coming to drink. The only people that will have a beer are people that are there to enjoy the soccer, and not vice versa, like the other examples that we talked about with bars and golf courses. So there is quite a bit of protest, and I believe that a lot of the protest has to do with issues stemming from the previous owners, not from my client. I think my client has been nothing but a good neighbor They've cleaned up the property that was in bad shape. They have added security. They have made an old facility look new again. Now, as we discussed, this facility is served by a major arterial. So traffic from this facility is no more a concern than traffic just driving down Meridian. People aren't going to leave the facility to drive through the neighborhood to access 122nd. They're going to go straight on Meridian, either up to 122nd or down to Hefner. And as I said, the neighbors' concerns, when they bought their homes, there was a major C3 use in their area. But what they can take comfort in is that they now have an operator who's committed to doing things right. The Oklahoma Soccer Association finds that this group is so good, they actually office out of this facility. So you have the State Soccer Association is officing out of there. I don't think the State Soccer Association would office out of a place that was going to be operating like a bar and operating like the previous owners were. So one of the only unfavorable condition that the staff found was that this is accessed by residential streets. And as I've discussed, I don't believe that this is accessed by residential streets. I'm going to let Officer Clark come up and address, and I want all of the people that are going to come up and talk to explain their experience with Soccer City and their experience with this facility in the neighborhood. So I'll let Officer Clark get up here and speak.
Good afternoon. Shannon Clark, 500 South Denver, Tulsa, Oklahoma. I come to just visit with you a little bit about what security is. In the interest of time, I'll keep my comments brief. But and I'll echo what the counselor said, Soccer City is a family-oriented professional business that basically is a recreational venue for families to go to climate-controlled sporting activities. They do indoor soccer, they do flag football, they do dodgeball. There's a number of events that happen there. The beer that is sold on that facility is basically an adult beverage that is considered by Oklahoma statute as non-intoxicating for adults to consume while they're there watching their children, or maybe just an after drink after they play a game of soccer. Our matches last somewhere in the neighborhood of about 40 minutes, give or take a little bit, and usually the teams will end, they'll have a little bit of social time, and then they exit because the new teams are coming in. The schedule is very rigorous in the Soccer City complexes. They average hundreds of teams throughout the seasons. The seasons average about 8 weeks apiece. The reason that we hired full-time commissioned peace officers to actually work there is because we have a better presence than a security firm. We also can take immediate law enforcement action if necessary. I tell the guys that work for me at Soccer City, and we do have somebody there 7 days a week, every business day that Soccer City is open, somewhere in the neighborhood of 360 days a year. We identify those that are, if we believe that they are getting intoxicated, we stop them and we have them exit the facility. We do not let them drive away from the facility. We make sure that happens. We do security inside, we do security out in the parking lots as well. We also make sure there's not underage drinking. We make sure that the managers and concession staff are checking IDs. We help them a lot of times with the Hispanic IDs because they can't really determine the ages on those. We help identify what the proper age is. The other thing that we identify with is making sure that people aren't bringing alcohol from outside in. You know, a lot of sporting events, people want to tailgate. Soccer City used to have some tailgaters out in the parking lots. We eliminated that. There were some car burglaries that had happened several years back. Mr. Schubert had contacted, actually, believe it or not, I'm a player. All 5 of my kids have played at Soccer City. You know, I'm a patron as well as an employee there. So I know how that area should be. I would never subject my children to an area that I felt was dangerous. So he asked me to come in and stop some of the vandalism that's taking place in the parking lots. We haven't had a notable vandalism or larceny that's happened there in 2 years now. And then we've only made one alcohol-related arrest out of the facility in the last 2 years. That was a 19-year-old person that had come into the facility that was not a soccer player and was bringing alcohol from his vehicle inside to watch his friends play. The reason that arrest was made is because being a soccer player and from the soccer community, as well the deputies that work for me and the officers that will be working in the Oklahoma City Soccer City, we can identify who soccer players are. If they're not soccer players, we don't want them to be there. There's really no need for them to be there. Soccer City, again, is just basically a professional establishment for recreational activities. It's not a bar. It's not a nightclub. We don't want it to be that. We want them to come in, participate, play their soccer match, enjoy the social interaction with other friends and other people from the soccer community, and then leave. You know, my agency would not allow me participate in off-duty employment if it did not have a reputable reputation. We are wanting to mirror that here in Oklahoma City as well. So anything that becomes up as an issue, we address it. And again, the reason that we hired the off-duty deputy sheriffs is because we can take that immediate law enforcement action if necessary. We don't have to detain someone and then call for the local police department. We do it ourselves. And that's what we basically hire at any given time.
What are the ages of the participants in the soccer?
It averages from anywhere from 18 months in their Little Kickers program all the way up to they have an over 40 league. And then there's people in there 60, 70 years old playing there. So
it's mainly teenagers and younger?
No, in the daytimes, like during business hours, during the weeks, they have a program that's called the Little Kickers program where they have youths come in with their parents and they'll teach them soccer basics. Then towards the early afternoon, early evening hours, they'll have younger teams coming in, and they usually start with the youngest kids first, right out of school, and then they advance through the ages. And about 9:30, 10 o'clock-ish, you'll start the adult leagues. It's usually co-eds. Anybody over 16 years of age starts playing, and then you get into the adult leagues. And then they have anywhere from the opens, which could be of any age, over 16, or they'll get into the over 30s, and they get into the over 40 leagues. Then they have it broke into women's and adult leagues. So as the later the night goes, the older the crowd gets. That's when we're there.
So do you have a specific time to start selling that beverage?
The beverage is sell anytime during open operations except what's not allowed by statute. So anytime after 2 a.m., they're not allowed to sell alcohol. Soccer City does run pretty late sometimes. You know, this winter, too, they're having kickoffs in the Tulsa area as late as 1:15. And that's just because of the number of people that come into those facilities. We get there somewhere in the neighborhood around 10, 11 o'clock at night, and we stay through the close of business and wait till every patient has left the facility, and then we escort the managers out.
I'm a little confused. What would be the difference, and let's just go ahead and open up alcoholic beverages in schools where they have basketball games and football games? Tell me the difference there.
It's a privately owned facility with parental supervision as long as...
Same age children, though, right?
Pardon me?
Same age children?
Same age... You mean through the schooling events?
Participants, yes.
Right. A lot of school activities, a lot of school soccer programs actually do winter months where they have a climate-controlled atmosphere where they can play soccer. Same ages.
And Mr. Allen, to your question, what's the difference is here, the Tulsa facility is about a 50-50 split between youth participants and adult. This facility is 75% adults, 25% youth. So the difference between a school event and this is very big. You have 75%.
Well, it seems to me that you ought to have a time that if you're going to do this, and if it does get approved, that you ought to have a time that when the adult participants are participating, then you sell the beverage. When the youth participants are participating, then you don't sell the beverage. That's just, I can't.
And I would make
the argument to that.
That would, if you have a restaurant, families bring children to
and they can't go in that. They can't go in that area either, can they?
They can drink at their table.
Well,
I think we're talking about two different things here now. In a restaurant where you're selling at a...
I understand that.
At a bar,
I fully understand.
The immediate bar, you have to be 21. But anywhere else in that restaurant, those same drinks can be sold.
I fully understand that.
But here, what I've observed, I've been up there 2 weeknights and 2 weekend nights and watched soccer. Obviously, they're not selling beer now. But what I've observed, people moving in, people moving out, well done, orderly, and, I also think of other places where we sell beer at sporting events. I think of softball complexes where we put ABCs, things like that, where kids play. And the last thing, while I think it probably might be a good idea to do that, Jim, I don't know that we have the authority to do it. That's not my point. An overlay, and it reverts back to the state and the Able Commission stuff, and that's just an hours thing. Hours open, can't do it after 2 a.m. type thing.
Well, we do have the ability to set hours on certain bars. Is that not correct?
Only if it's a spud.
There's some ordinance. You can't, on a straight ABC application, no.
I'm now going to have Master Sergeant Cadena speak, and he's the one who actually works this facility.
Again, I'm Master Sergeant Jay Cadena. I'm with the Oklahoma City Police Department. I'm on my 23rd year, been in law enforcement 30 years. I was asked to provide security for the Soccer City, when they opened back in August or whatever, because the problem, they wanted to make sure the managers walked out with security and they didn't have any problems. Again, I'm not going to repeat what Deputy Clark said. We do the same thing. My department also would not let us allow us to work at an establishment like this if they considered it to be a bar out of control and so forth. Other than that, does anybody have any questions for the Soccer City here in Oklahoma City?
Sergeant, it may not be for you, it may be for someone else, but I thought when we heard the application before, when we were talking about hours, you were talking about starting those adult games the latest at 10 or 11. All of a sudden I heard 1:30 for Tulsa, and it kind of got my attention.
And the reason for the difference, we have 3 full fields, Tulsa has 2 fields. So they won't run as long as they do in Tulsa.
Okay, so your hours of operation will, even though theoretically under an ABC you could go to 2 a.m., or will be less than that?
Yes.
And you can commit to that?
Yes.
Good, thank you.
Hey, David, I have a question. At what time do you arrive? Sorry, just trying to get you before you left. What time do you or your
We're there about 3 hours in the evening. So we look at the schedule, and usually we're there 3 hours prior to that. So we're there the last 3 hours of the evening.
And typically, what is that?
Tonight it's going to be 8 o'clock. Tomorrow night it might be 9. It's between 8 and 10 in the evening.
Okay, so you can run as late as 11 to 1 o'clock in a normal operation.
That is correct. And then again, if something happens there, if there's an injury, it could postpone the game for, if IMSA comes, it really depends. But yeah, we're there basically the last 3 hours.
Okay.
Now Ms. Story is going to speak.
Give us your name and address, please.
Michael Story, 7924 Magnolia. And I have been playing soccer out there for probably about 8 years. I've got a women's team out there, and with the new owners that have come in, and I've seen all the improvements that they've done, I think having the alcohol being served inside the facility would be another improvement, because regardless, people are going out to their cars after the games and drinking in the parking lot, and it, I think, would be, a lot better to have it controlled inside the facility than outside in the parking lot. And, a lot of people that are, drinking it out in the parking lot, they don't usually stay. It's not like they're out there for 4 or 5 hours. They just have a beer and then they leave. And I think in there, it's just people are going to probably play their game, maybe have a drink occasionally, and then leave. They're not going to be there to drink, get drunk, or anything like that, like you would at a bar.
Any questions? Thank you.
I do want to make the point, she has been playing there for years, so when she is referencing people drinking in the parking lot.
That's historical.
Those were the problems that I mentioned with the previous owners, that now with the security doesn't happen. Last is Mr. Nunn. He lives in the neighborhood, so I'm going to let him speak.
My name is Chris Nunn. I live at 4722 Hemlock Circle. I've played at Soccer City for 2 sessions now, but I also played at the facility when I was hat-tricked by the previous owner. By living in the neighborhood, I've had the privilege of watching the renovations going on. The new owners of this facility has done an exceptional job of making sure nothing bad happens where the previous owner would not. And just like Ms. Storm said before, they'd be drinking after games in the parking lot where the previous owner had no problem since it was not inside the facility. By bringing it inside the facility, it lessens the danger. And with the new ownership, they have cameras around, and a lot of stuff in the parking lot doesn't go on like it used to.
Thank you.
As I mentioned, there was one other neighbor that wanted to be here, but due to his class schedule, he couldn't, and he submitted a letter that I believe that you all have. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I've got a couple people signed up to speak, so we'll hear from them. James Geyer.
Before we do that, can I ask David?
Yes.
I was able to go out and look at the facility today. As you come into the facility, there's sort of a lobby area, if you will, with the, I guess, administrative offices off to one side. And then you go down some steps and out to where the fields are on either side and across to where there's another field on the other side. As I'm looking at your application where it's indicating the areas for use, excludes basically everything except the fields. So you're talking about, I mean, the service, I'm guessing, will be from somewhere up in the lobby area?
There's a concession stand. When you were walking towards that third field, it would have been right there on your left.
Okay. So
There's
service would be
concession
from there?
Mm-hmm.
And people would be permitted to take that alcohol anywhere to the bleachers in the third building or in the second building and third field, or the bleachers there on between the two fields in the main building, or in the lobby area as you come in?
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
okay.
Okay. Mr. Geyer?
James Geyer. I live at 4701 Northwest 118th Street, which is in the Rosedale Gardens addition. A fence separates our 50-home addition from the soccer building and the small office building that make up the commercial zone. Actually, I think the commercial zone must be the smallest one in the city, or at least one of the smallest. Our neighborhood has its own homeowners association. It's separate from the Summerfield Community Association. And our president spoke at the meeting of the Planning Commission on September 22nd. The staff report of the Planning Commission did not comment on the issue of serving beer and wine in a facility used by children and adults. They did state in the report the ABC area is limited to the concession area and the spectator seating areas around the courts. Now, most of the soccer players at the soccer center, to date at least, are under the legal age for drinking. Two of my grandsons play there. When the outdoor season is over, there are players from high schools that practice there, both boys and girls. I think the soccer center is one of the places to draw the line on serving alcohol. Why is it different from other youth centers, fitness centers, YMCAs, college athletic facilities? Preparing for a meeting last month, the president of our homeowners association submitted an article from the editorial section of the Oklahoman. You should have a copy of this in your packets. It was written by John Underwood on the abuse of alcohol and drugs among young athletes. Also, Jim Priest, the executive director of FATE, has sent a letter to the commission. He said he sent it this week. FATE is the acronym for Fighting Addiction Through Education. And this week, the Oklahoman reported that Jim Priest was named Preventionist of the Year by the American Athletic Institute and Life of an Athlete. Finally, Soccer City has an extensive website. It includes 2 statements of particular interest today. We will do everything possible to provide a family-oriented environment that is safe, clean, and enjoyable. A second statement, bringing alcohol or tobacco products onto Soccer City property is prohibited. On the first page, they list some of the activities. It includes little kickers, birthday parties, lock-ins. And then recently, I read that the Oklahoma Soccer Association opened an office at the Soccer Center in order to serve the western part of the state. I think the whole state would be served well if Soccer City, Oklahoma City, would withdraw its application to serve alcohol. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Wengrid.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Mr. Director, members of the Commission, I would like to make some clarifications right away. This is a very beautiful map, and I apologize we don't have.
Do me a favor, if you would, and give us your name and address for the record.
My name is Carol Wangrood. I live at 4608 Dove Tree Lane.
Thank you.
And the back of my home, it faces Old Farm Road. And I have lived there for approximately 29 years. And in those 29 years, the reason we moved into this home, I wanted to clarify something that council mentioned to you that is incorrect. The original intent of that commercial zoning, we believe, was for our benefit, the homeowners, because it was originally a tennis court. We also had a swimming pool there, and that was for residents only. And subsequently, through the years, it became this mess. And you have heard many cliches about the neighborhood being good neighbors. It is family-oriented. I would like to point out that in Tulsa, it has been industrially zoned. And I also question the fact that they have a police officer and security guards there. That is indicative that they anticipate crime. Our position and our reality at the moment is, with the arterial showings that you were indicated in just so many feet to Meridian, no. The facts are that they typically, and because I live in Dove Tree Lane, I follow the route from Hefner to my Old Farm Road, turn left, cross in front of the soccer place, and then go to my home. So I pass that every night. And what has occurred is, no, they don't come from 122nd, they come from Hefner Road. And typically, speeding, avoiding stop signs, our neighborhood is densely populated. And we have people who are walkers nocturnally and during the daytime, who are joggers. It's also a bicycle route. And we have many dog owners, and they walk their dogs day and night. And what the reality is that it has become a very dangerous area because of the speeding of the people who do go into Soccer City to play soccer. Now, we have a larger volume of traffic. We have, because of Soccer City, we have a higher danger to those pedestrians who live in the neighborhood or drivers in the neighborhood. We also have a situation where we're inviting those hundreds and hundreds of people to linger and drink beer. So we are very much opposed to this. We have 87 signatures at this time from the neighborhood. You've heard one person who likes it. We have 87 signatures and going. We're getting more and more signatures from the people who are deeply offended by the presence of this soccer city. And not only is it becoming uninhabitable in the neighborhood, our property values are going to be diminished and are being diminished because of the existence of something that does not belong in this neighborhood. So we respectfully request that you deny this license. We also, in our petitions, have requested that the zoning, because the original intent for the benefit of the homeowners has not been followed, that the zoning be changed. And we thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioner, discussion?
If I could, I'm going to have one of the people from Soccer City get up and address how their youth organizations and their youth camps work, if the Planning Commission would allow.
Go ahead.
I'm Kerry Schubert, General Manager of Soccer City Tolson, Soccer Oklahoma City, 4025 West Twin Oak Street, Broken Arrow. Our facility is mainly adult facility. What I mean by that is we average on a year, we have 6 sessions. Each session lasts 8 weeks long. We're open 12 months a year, 360 days a year. We average about 300 teams per session on average. On the average, about 220 of those are adults. You can check our website. The youth only play November, December, January, February. The adults play year-round. So even in July, we have 220, 240 teams, all adults. So only in 4 months out of the 12 is youth. What keeps us open are adults. That's it. If we didn't have adults, we couldn't be open. That is majority of our business. That's the majority of our income. And that's why we want the beer license, because that's what our customers that play there, they want. Lock-ins, we don't serve beer at lock-ins. Lock-ins are church lock-ins or soccer team lock-ins. We have birthday parties, lots of them. We don't serve birthday parties. We got Tulsa Kids runner-up family favorite. So basically all the facilities in Tulsa, any YWCA, any gymnastic facility, we got the Tulsa Kids family favorite. My point of that is we run a professional business. When kids are around, there's very little alcohol. But adults is what keeps us going. And so I just want to make sure you guys understood that it's youth only make up about 20% of our revenue. The adult teams, because when March hits, the youth go outdoors, they don't come back to November. So March to November, it's all adults. That's it. That's all we have. Just like you go to the softball field, it's the same thing. And that's the reason we want to serve alcohol is because our customers basically wanted it. They want it.
And if I may make one point to the lady that was speaking of traffic going this way, my client's willing to do a right turn only out of their facility. With a right turn only, that eliminates any neighborhood traffic. The only way to go would be straight to Meridian, and then therefore on the arterial and avoided all neighborhood traffic.
David, I'm struggling with this a little bit, and I don't drink anymore. But I don't have a problem with somebody having a beer if they want to have a beer. But what I'm struggling with is, first of all, I've attended or participated in hundreds of youth activities over the years with my kids and other kids, and I've witnessed and dealt with problematic parents who weren't drinking. I just can't imagine that you want to invite that, add that to the mix when you have youth activities going on. That's neither here nor there. That's just an observation, okay? I do think it's a bit ironic that their own rules and regulations prohibit someone from bringing alcohol into their facility, yet they want to sell it. And I kind of think that's ironic. If there were no kid activities at this place, I would probably feel a lot more comfortable with it. But that, I just want to make an observation that is a concern to me. Okay?
And to your point about not allowing people to bring it in, the reason that's in place is so they can sell it to control it.
I understand. The reason that rule is in place is because it creates problems.
Sure.
Okay? And so, I've also been many places where the sale of alcohol creates problems. So that's just an observation.
And I would agree with that, and that's part of the reason why they have police officers there.
Well, the other question I wanted to ask you is, it sounds like they have police officers there about 3 hours a day, but not while the youth activities are going on for the other 7 or 8 hours during the day. Is that an accurate observation, or am I wrong?
No, I would.
Police officers show up at 8, 9 o'clock at night, something like that.
Sure, and they have a track record over the last 10 years in Tulsa that shows when alcohol is served is when the youth leagues aren't happening. Maybe a parent or two will have a beer, but when the youth are gone is when the beer is sold and the adult leagues are happening. Not the other way around. It's not a bunch of drunk parents watching their kids, and the one benefit is they're not speaking from here's what we think is going to happen. It's this is what's been in practice for 10 years, and with beer being sold for that time, they were still voted runner-up for a family favorite in Tulsa, and I think that over anything speaks volumes to what this group is able to do and the level of professionalism that they have. If there was any problem, certainly there would be no award.
Well, I don't have a problem with, I think it sounds like they have a great facility and they offer a great product, and and I don't play soccer, obviously, so I don't really understand soccer or any of that, but my issues are just what I brought up, okay?
One other thing that I'd like to, do you know of any facility, any sports facility in Oklahoma City that has underage participants that sell alcohol during those participating hours?
Well, any golf course sells alcohol, and they have youth leagues. I participated as a youth in the Oklahoma City-sponsored junior golf program where beer is sold from 10 a.m. until the last golfer leaves the golf course.
Okay, let's golf. What about baseball or soccer, other soccer fields or YMCA or places like that?
I'm sorry, let me address that. My name's Stephen Brady. I'm one of the owners of Soccer City. Our main competitor in Oklahoma City, Let's Play Soccer, sells beer right this second. Youth, adults, doesn't matter.
Where is that?
I don't know the exact address. Kerry, do you know?
4th and McCormick. Northwest 4th and McCormick. Reno and McCormick.
Well, I believe there's one other that I can recall, softball complex. Matter of fact, 2 softball complexes, one at northwest and one southeast that we've approved ABCs for.
I'd like to address what the gentleman just said. I'm going to disagree with you. I know that ISA is not selling beer at this point because my children play there 2 nights a week, and so I'm there. I have firsthand knowledge that the time that they serve beer is at the end of the last youth soccer game. So I could guarantee you could walk in and on their board it would say beer sales start at whatever time, 8:50, 8:30. And I would dare you to prove me wrong, only because I'm there more than you are. The other thing I'd like to say is, David, we've discussed this a couple of times, and I have a son that plays in a competitive league, outdoor, also has played at Hat Trick before Soccer City took over. I have another son 4 years younger than him that plays competitive soccer, that also plays, both of them play indoor. The reason that they play at Soccer City's competitor is because of what was happening before Soccer City took over. Now, having said that, and having more experience at ISA, dare I say, than probably anybody on this commission, having traveled that road, been on McCormick, even in the construction industry, been to the DeLisi warehouse that is right next to that many times during the day, I don't have a big problem with this. I would like to see some controls. I know this commission cannot place those controls on your client, but there are some controls in place, enforceable or not, let me just say, that are in place at the indoor soccer arena at ISA when they serve beer. I've been there at games at 5:15 when they open. I've been there to watch my friends play at 12:15 at night. I've never felt a sense of security issues. I've never seen an inebriated participant or parent or spectator, and that's not like I go once a blue moon. This is something that I attend and watch the men and women that I work with, that I know, moms, dads. I've been there to that facility. Again, the reason that my children's club teams have decided not to play at your client's location was not because of what your clients have done. It's the history before them. And so, again, with having said that, I think some of the accusations that all the speeding that takes place on Meridian is the clientele from Soccer City is not accurate. I think that having security, in my opinion, is being proactive instead of reactive. I will agree this is not a destination point to drink. I don't go to ISA when my kids are playing to have a beer. Now, I'll tell you, I might go when my friends are playing and have one sitting in the stands, being transparent. I think maybe limiting your serving times, I'm not telling you we can do that. I know we can't. However, as a good corporate citizen, Soccer City might consider that. And again, I'd be more than happy to hop in my truck and go down to ISA right now and show you where it says. And every night it's different. It's based on when that last youth game ends, youth being anything under 16, maybe 18. And that's not a point of contention with me. I'm just saying that's a thought that you might consider. I am not opposed to this application. I know where it is. I've been in this edition many times. I have relatives that live in there. And I think what has happened since the purchase of this location has changed how a lot of people viewed what has happened in the past.
To answer that question, we don't have set rules in place. 90% of our alcohol being drank is when the adults are playing. And as I said before, you being an adult soccer player understand that March, then remember it's all adults. I have no problem setting those rules. And as Mr. Box said, we wouldn't have got the Family Favorite Award if parents are drinking and getting drunk during soccer games. I'm there all the time. I very rarely, and the officers can to see beer during youth games. I have no problem, because we don't make any revenue in those games with beer anyway. I have no problem putting that precedence. As you said, you don't go to your kid's game to drink beer. That's most parents. But as you said, you do like to go and have a beer, watch your friends play. That's what we're asking for. So to set beer only during adult games, I have no issue. We're a business. We want customers. We want to be customer friendly. The last thing we want to do is turn away customers because we're doing something that they don't want to bring their kids to. So I understand your question. Thank you.
I'd sort of like to draw this to a close. We've been talking about it for quite a while.
But I have a couple of comments.
Okay.
As do I. You go ahead.
Mine are quick. During this discussion, I did, over my objection, thumb through what this thing was. And the examples that you chose are absolutely not this example at all. There's golf courses, and then Red Rooster, Paseo Grill, Misashi's, Iron Star, Cock with a Walk, West, Wedge, Sushi Neko, all on West. These are, come on. This is on a corridor of bars, all on Western. Well, that has nothing to do with a facility like that. And I know that we can't control the hours. what that gentleman just said, we'll do something. Well, we can impose that. That's their choice. My problem with this application is where it is, there's no, other than big golf courses, then that doesn't fit this one at all. There's not one example that you've shown for a facility like that surrounded by residential areas, even though there's a, quote, arterial street over there, to have an ABC1 license to serve alcohol, beer and wine, that if Soccer City isn't there anymore, that ABC1 is on it. We have blessed it and said that is an appropriate spot for a bar.
Not for a bar.
Wait, no, it's an appropriate spot to serve beer and wine as long as there's no hiatus between owners and owners and owners. Soccer City could go. We know things are good, things are bad. Even though soccer is popular, it may not be, and that facility is sold to somebody else that wants to put a club. That's my problem with it. It's that it sticks to it. I have no objection really if there are hours and all that, but I just have problems because there's not an example that you showed that's similar to this, not one, that's similar to this kind of facility that has an ABC1 or serves beer and alcohol, bar, whatever it is. And although Commissioner Gale said the soccer field has something out there, a facility where you get beer and sit in the stands, I don't know, but this is, I don't know, but this is an indoor thing, and your facility, it's there. But I don't know anything about that, but it just concerns me that we slap on and we said, here it is, and it's there, it sticks forever. That's my comment.
Janice?
Well, I think that is the problem. You have made a very, valiant defense of your clients here, and I think it sounds as though they have greatly improved the facility, maybe have improved their relations with their neighbors. I'm not sure about that. But they are putting in place mechanisms to upgrade the usage of the facility and so forth. But we can't grant zoning to your clients. It goes with the land, and it's there forever. And I think, we do have to give some thought to the history of Summerfield and the fact that the only reason that this facility is here at all is because it was intended to be something that was for the use of the community. It's not that anymore. It is open to the public. We can't control the hours or require security or limit the sale and service of the alcohol to certain areas, I gather, unless, we have this before us in some other form in an SPUD. We can't do it through this application. I personally don't have a problem with what your clients are trying to achieve, I think, but the fact that they have a 75-25 mix of adults to children now, that's not controlled by this, and it's subject to change. The fact that this is not a sports bar or a place where people come to drink and maybe watch flat-screen TV, soccer games, that would be subject to change too. It's not what it is today, but they may not own it forever. I think the problem is that we don't have the ability through this application to put the kind of controls in place that would really make this more palatable. My children play soccer. I, too, have been the beneficiary of many an inappropriate parent that I would not want to see adding beer to that mix in any shape or form, even if it's only occasionally. If there were a way to separate that out and make sure that beer is only served when there are adults present, I think that would be much more palatable to me. But I can't vote for this.
And you heard my clients say that they're more than willing to do that.
But the next owner may not be. And the fact that he's willing to do it voluntarily gives me no reassurance whatsoever.
I don't think it's fair to punish my client, who's been nothing but an exemplary citizen, because there's not a mechanism in the law to allow it to stop.
How is that punishment? We don't have the ability to put the kind of controls in place that are necessary to make this okay.
Well, I think we've shown that this happens all over the place. In fact, it happens at a soccer facility just like this, where they have hours where they serve beer.
I don't think I got to vote on that one, or it wouldn't be.
But the point is, they have mechanisms in place to do just what this commission wants, and it works just fine. His kids play soccer there. It's worked, and it continues to work. So this is something that this is still open to the community. I don't think this was ever designed for neighbors only. This was designed as a tennis club, not just for neighbors, but for everyone who wanted to join and play tennis. So to say that this started as just a neighborhood tennis club is inaccurate. This was a tennis club that others could play at, and this is on Meridian. This is served by a major arterial. My client's willing to do right turnout, which eliminates any neighborhood traffic. Therefore, the only neighborhood traffic will be 260 feet on this road, and then everything is on a major arterial.
Any other discussion, commissioners? Motion?
Mr. Chairman, we've heard this twice. We've heard it a long time today. Couple of observations. Right turnout absolutely doesn't make any difference. No one's going to turn left. I promise you. I know the neighborhood. I walk it. I live 4 blocks from there. Just not going to happen. Does it go with the land? Yeah, the ABC runs with the land, as they all do. Are there going to be a bunch of drunks? Could be 1 or 2. I doubt it. I've spent 4 evenings up there watching people play. Stayed till it closed twice. Not a raucous bunch. As far as it being a tennis club, yes, it was a tennis club. You know what? Tennis club had a bar in it. I don't know if it was maybe C2 or what, but it sold mixed drinks, wine, and beer. I used to play tennis there. I remember when it was constructed as a tennis club and why it was constructed as a tennis club. Oklahoma City tennis community had an internal problem, a split. Is this going to ruin the neighborhood? No, I don't think so. Is it going to ruin Soccer City if it's voted down? No, I don't think that's going to happen either. But I really think it's much ado about very little. I just don't see it as a make or break deal either way. And I think Mr. Box makes a good point. I'm not going to use the word punish his client, but I don't know why his client should be treated differently than other ABC applicants. I'd move for approval. We'll see what the vote is.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second for approval. Cast your votes. Split vote. It's continued to the next meeting.
We would like it sent on to the council with no recommendation. Thank you.
We need a motion if he wants to do that? We do. Okay. Motion is second to allow the applicant to go to council. Cast your votes. And that's approved.
Thank you.
Next item is item 14, C-6325, the final plat of the Groves Phase 5, located at 192nd east of Portland Avenue. Variance on this one, right?
Yeah. Well, unless they, yeah, it is. Yeah.
Good afternoon. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Here on behalf of the applicant, also with me is Matt Austin and Barry Lodge. Our application today is, as you can see, a much smaller exhibit. What we're asking for is the final plat of the Grove Phase 5.
Small enough that we can't read it, that's good.
Just to refresh everyone, the Grove, when it was originally developed, was an entire section that included commercial, residential, and other uses. Several of the other residential phases have been developing, and this is just the next step in that. Here we have 38 lots, and this is in the northern section. This is just south of the school that's out there. Our density in this section is 2.16 dwelling units an acre. As I said, this is part of an ongoing development. Staff has recommended approval, but there are 9 TEs, 2 of which I want to address. That's number 3 and number 4. All the other ones we are fine with. Now, number 3, we will need a variance to allow one means of access from this, and the one access point is straight off 192nd and this main road coming right into these 38 lots. Eventually, when the next phase is developed, there will be a second means of access to that when this southern phase comes online, and that's the next one that will happen. But right now, we only have one, but it's served from this main collector street through the neighborhood. So the next issue is the amenity issue, and the PUD calls for 2 5 to 7 acre amenities. Now, we've been back several times on various plats and various applications, and the amenity issue is one that comes up every time. What my client did in the northern half, and you can see it on what's on the screen, the Grove Recreational Center. They spent $1.2 million on a pool, clubhouse, exercise facility, basketball court for everyone in the neighborhood to enjoy. Now, the benefit of that is it's a great facility. All the neighbors use it. It's great. Now, the problem is because the PUD calls for 2 5 to 7 acre amenities, they essentially get no credit for that because it's not 5 to 7 acres. So, as part of this application, my client has agreed to come in with a 15-acre amenity that encompasses this pond, these 2 ponds, and what they're going to do is to loop a walking trail around all 3 ponds that will also connect with the sidewalks in the neighborhood. Now, as part of this, they're going to have park benches, a gazebo, and this rectangle right here is a recreational playing field, soccer field, baseball field, football, that type of thing. So what they've done is they've created a amazing amenity with pools, clubhouses, and now they've added this green space amenity with outdoor athletic fields, but a walking trail that connects all these ponds with the sidewalks. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we'd ask for your approval.
Just one question. This pond, where is that in relation to the specific property that we're talking about? Is it down to the south and west? Thanks, Dan.
The pond is right here, and we are up here. Now, the big amenity with the clubhouse and pool is right here.
Will be right there.
No, it's already in place.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the existing one.
Yes. The big green space walking trail is here. But the pool clubhouse is already built right there.
So we're not getting the additional amenities in this particular application. They're just part of the overall plat. That's where I'm getting a bit confused.
No, this is not built. This will be built as part of this to satisfy part of the TE number 4 that talks about needing a 5 to 7 acre amenity.
I think I get it. It's not part of this tract, but it'll be built concurrently with this. And how do we memorialize that particular event? How do we know that happened?
I think you can just make it a TE and a building permit or a CO wouldn't be issued until the walking trail would be completed.
Can't you just put it in TE4? I'm in TE4 for it?
So, because it's not part of the tract, I was just, had a question as to how we do that. How do we do that?
I think they need to include it in the plat. If they're gonna do that lake, it should be included as a part of the plat.
Terry?
If he can submit a letter just committing to those amenities, then that's good enough. We make sure that they get them installed. I'll bulldog it.
I have no doubt that Ms. Massey will ensure that our amenity is in place.
And so that would be though contingent before that.
If he's going to do it, but when is he going to do it? I've seen these things happen time and time again that...
But before the issuance of the first CO within this Phase 5...
Okay, so you're going to do it right away?
Yes, sir.
And that's what the letter will indicate? Okay.
I think that's my next point. I agree, Jimmy, on that.
David, can we back up to TE3 for a minute?
Yes, sir.
You're asking for a variance. Have you discussed this variance with the fire department?
We called, and we never got a call back. We called to address this specific question, never got a call back, but, you know, fire did get a copy of the staff report in the application and had the opportunity to comment, and didn't.
Okay, but you wouldn't need the variance if your second entrance to the south were built. Or when it's built, you wouldn't.
Right.
You know, had you built south to north, you wouldn't need this variance. So have you looked at the possibility of not getting the variance and building an emergency access where that other access will be anyway?
It'll be right down below it there, to the south.
Here where we are in this application.
Right by the entrance,
And then the next phase
right here.
would be just
So
that.
you could come
All
out
of
there.
that, not just one
Well,
half of it? Because it looks like it's broken into two tracks, the
Well,
second part.
see, that, it would actually make it there. Yeah.
That is a future deal, it's going to kind of be built or driven, but it would go in one.
So, I guess,
Well, the delta here between the need for the variance is 30, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And you're proposing
38.
38.
And this product, if you're familiar with the area, this is a different product that is out there now. This is a bigger home. The homes will start around 2,400 square feet and go somewhere around 3,000 square feet. So it's a different product than they have out there currently.
JJ just told me that fire's okay since they have the divided entry into the access.
Yes. The 70 to 75 feet frontage is what these lots are.
What is proposed on block 1? What's proposed there? Is that commercial? Uh-huh.
That's a school.
That's a school.
School? Okay, just adjacent to that runs to the northwest? No, right there on that map.
That line there.
See the line that backs up, what is that?
It's a gas easement.
Is that access to the school?
No. It's a gas easement.
Oh, that's okay, so...
Well, I think long-term we'll have access.
Yes, sir.
And this would be a temporary situation during the construction phase and until it's further developed.
And that's why I was questioning the need for a permanent variance, if they could do a temporary thing to meet the need, but apparently that's not going to be possible.
What, does it concern you that the fire department didn't return the phone call?
Well,
They just
your
mixed.
house, Bob.
They tried to return it.
Fred's always been here.
well, Fred's gone. Fred retired and moved to Texas to be chief down there.
Okay, I don't have anybody signed up for this, I don't believe. Any other questions of Mr. Box?
I'd move the variance on TE3.
Motion to approve the variance on TE3, cast your vote. And that's approved. I approve that.
Application with the amendment of TE4 to reflect the commitment letter discussed previously, that the amenities will be contemporaneous with the final plat construction.
And the issuance of the first occupancy permit.
At first CO.
Okay. Motion to approve the application as amended, and that's approved.
Thank you.
David, there's one thing you might want to consider based on the previous case. In that play area down there, you might not want a soccer field.
John.
We'd like to be able to serve beer.
John?
Item 15, SPUD 644, application to rezone 2309 Northwest 70th Street to the SPUD 644 district in Ward 2. You should have a handout in front of you that accurately reflects the uses that the applicant wants. We had a problem in the staff report. Those uses aren't accurate, so I think the list that you have are the things that he wants in the SPUD and the sign that he wants to keep.
Gentlemen, Mrs. Powers, I'm Bill Collins. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Mike Nake. There's been trouble with the staff report getting it in conformance with what the application is. Well, now I'm going to reverse things on you a little bit. We'll agree to all elimination of all the uses that the staff has suggested. So those 4 uses that were put back in the recent handout, those have now been agreed to be eliminated. So of all the uses requested to be eliminated in the staff report from last month have now been eliminated. So I believe there were 30-some-odd items, and we've agreed to take all of them out. Mr. Nake's owned this property for several years. He's had a hard time with it ever since he's bought it. There's been delays for building permits that was unnecessary because of a detention pond that wasn't needed. At any rate, my client's got $400,000 or $500,000 invested in it, and to date he's had very little luck putting it to use. He finally has a tenant in there who's, once rent is start being paid, will be barely covering the mortgage payments. At any rate, this property has presented problems that you're well aware of. It's on Northwest 70th Street. It's the zoning in the past, and there have been several of them, has allowed 2 limited uses, so couldn't get a viable use for this property. And it's also got bad exposure. Being off of May Avenue by a lot, faces a shopping center at the bottom of a hill. The property can't be seen either from the north or south approaching it. We've got photos that have been taken from the north and the south. And because the property's in a low area, the buildings on the north and south of it hide the building. So it's got bad exposure. We're satisfied with the uses being requested now. We've agreed to the elimination of all the ones that you didn't want. And I think there was some topic of discussion at the last meeting about noise being generated by the current use, and the property is being occupied by a lady who runs a dog grooming, daycare, and training facility. Before I get into the other items, I want to address this noise issue. My client had noise level tests conducted from the building. He put in the equivalent noise of 40 dogs barking inside the building. From 20 feet away, the noise level was 58.4 decibels. And my understanding is that it takes 80 decibels before the city will do anything as far as noise is concerned. So we want to see the tests that are available. And I think, Mr. Bright, you're the one who mentioned the noise. Anyway, the noise is not an issue. At And we met with Mrs. Powers out there at the site, and I think she can testify or be willing to verify that the building's well insulated and there's no noise being generated inside that passes through the walls. Noise is not an issue. Now, the property has terrible visibility. The building is blocked from the north and from the south. Other buildings or all the other commercial along Bay Avenue is in the way. This has been one of the issues with this property. It needs exposure. You can't load all the land on either side of it, and you can't raise this site. The only way to get exposure is by way of a sign. I wish there were a better way. But the sign that's in place now is oriented towards May Avenue. It's at the extreme southeast corner of the property, away from neighborhood. It's only visible, it's visible from May. It allows some sort of exposure to this property. And if you take a look at those pictures we have, that sign blends in with all the others that are along May Avenue. It doesn't stick out because the property is so low. It's the same level as the other signs along May Avenue. Now, I know you have a policy about 8-foot monument signs, but I think a policy ought to be just that, a policy, a consideration, not an ultimate determination as to whether or not you're going to allow it. Policies, I believe, should enhance land use and not defeat it. But if you put an 8-foot monument sign on this site, it's going to be invisible, so it will do no good.
Use your mic.
Could you hand me your exhibit? We can just pass it around and get a better look. Is this the sign that exists on the property, or what sign do we have?
These are very obstacle. These are the real instructive signs on the way, which are blocking the traffic on the way, Taco Bell sign, Mazda sign, and all this. This sign is blended very nicely inside because it's very deep, because our property is over 100 feet on the
There's an existing sign on the property, is that right, Bill?
Yes, yes. There was a pole, so we just make use of the pole and all that here.
Okay, so
It's a very, very deep sign.
the existing sign is the one that says Rocket Color, is that right?
The sign in question is one that has Rumpus Room on it. Rumpus Room is the name of the tenant that leases the building.
Okay.
That sign was never permitted, is that correct?
That's correct. And I'm not here to...
Here it is, right there.
I believe application has been made after the fact, but it was put up without a permit.
That was my question.
But I think it was more of an act of desperation, because he couldn't. He's got a business there, and nobody can see it. Nobody knows it's there.
When was the sign put up?
When was the sign put up, Mike?
Like 1 year ago over, and then this tenant has looked at the sign and she came to rent the building.
Now, I might point out, throughout this process, Mike's owned the property since 2005. He put a drop-off location for the cleaners. They put the sign up after the cleaners had been there. Now, he's since closed it because of downturn in the economy, but the tenant needs it. We've talked to the tenant. She has, according to her, she needs it. She attracts business there. And I'll take her word for it. And it's needed. But throughout this entire process, the use of the property, the sign being up, not one single protest. No one's complained to the owner, no one's complained to the tenant, no one's complained to you all by way of a protest. But in all honesty, this thing's absolutely necessary. This business just will not work without it. Or no business, for that matter, will work there, because it just doesn't have the exposure.
Also has to be an EMD sign?
That would, if that's a make or break issue, we'll give up on the EMD.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I did meet out on site with the applicant and Mr. Collins. There's no question that this property is really not appropriate for commercial use. I mean, that's its problem. It doesn't have any frontage or visibility onto May. It's located much too close to the neighbors, both to the west and to the north. The facility that's there and existing right now is extremely well kept. It's very clean and tidy. On the day that we were there were approximately 10 dogs there. The tenant indicated that she would really ideally need between 20 and 30, probably at least 25 dogs to make it a viable business. She has a very small outdoor area for them, which is current time is graveled, and that's what was intended to be the driveway for the drive-through for the dry cleaners. She really also needs to have the ability to board dogs overnight in order for this business to work for her. So she is currently doing both grooming and training on site. The training is not permitted by the zoning that's in place. And yes, she thought she would probably need a 40-foot pole sign, to provide the visibility for her business that it would require. The problem is that when this property was extended from the existing limited commercial site back in 2005, I believe it was, I discussed all of these issues at great length with the applicant at that time, that the site really was not appropriate for any kind of commercial use, that it was too close to the residential areas, that I was not inclined to extend the line of commercial use any further to the west. Now, the properties across May Avenue to the east are vacant. The houses that were directly across the street have been torn down. And of course, Satterlee's has gone out of business. So there's a huge, empty, vacant piece of property right there. I am not disposed to sort of up the ante on this piece of property. I have a great deal of sympathy for the applicant and the situation that he finds himself in. But we can't make land use decisions on that basis, and I have tried to explain that to him at some length. I cannot support this application with or without a 40-foot pole sign.
I represented the original applicant when the west half of the property got zoned in 1994. That was Arthur Gordon. He was the one building a jewelry store there. In 1994, the east half was already zoned C3. We included all the property into one application for, I believe it was a spud. So when commercial use was allowed in 1994 for the entire parcel. So it's been commercial property since then. But, and the reasons are obvious. It faces directly into that shopping center that's across the street, and the shopping center extends further to the west than this property does. So it's been zoned commercially. And the problem has been in the past, not enough uses were allowed. Now, of course, originally, the east half of the property was allowed the full-blown C3, which it was for no telling how long.
And what happened to the property? I mean, was it obviously...
Arthur Gordon, shortly after the time I got that zoning property and the zoning done, I think he decided to go to Minnesota or someplace, but now he's back. But the point is, he never developed the site as the jewelry store.
And then it was down zoned from C3 to C1. Is that right?
Well, no, it was, the west half was, the western lot was R1. The eastern lot was C3.
And then they were
We combined all of it into a spud.
And C1.
I don't remember, but it was, we combined all of it into a spud to allow use of a jewelry store and a few of the other commercial uses. But it was limited. And, of course, it would have suited Gordon's need at the time, but he never developed it. And it's commercial property. It's never been developed as office. It's been commercial since 1994, or at least all of it's been commercial since then. Half of it's been commercial since way before that. But it's been commercial for a long time. But the uses have been so limited, just haven't able to figure out a good one for you yet. Now we got the uses that will allow decent use of the property, but you still got the exposure issue. So apparently, the staff's going along with us on what we're suggesting as far as the uses are concerned, and we've gone along with the staff as taking out those that they thought would be offensive, but we still have the exposure problem. And you got to be able to attract business, and
Well, I'm not going to negotiate uses with you here today, Mr. Collins, but I mean, I'm not looking for a response. I'm just making a comment, like funeral and interment services now included. I mean, they're just don't make any sense. A site like that, and I'm not willing to go along with the sign either.
if you want us to...
Well, we're not going to, like I say, we're not going to negotiate.
I don't think there's any question that the property simply is not appropriate for these kinds of commercial uses. And I'm going to move for denial.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for denial. Is there any further discussion? Cast your votes. Nick, you voting?
Out of the room for most of the discussion, I'm abstaining.
Okay. Motion to deny passes.
Item 16, PC 10293, application by Big B LLC to rezone 7300 West I-40 Service Road to the I-2 Moderate Industrial District.
Good afternoon, David Box, here on behalf of the applicant. Also with me is Wayne Knoll. Our application today is for a billboard, but it's a billboard unlike a normal billboard application. The exhibit you see here has an orange box, and there are two yellow dots on it. Now, this yellow dot right here represents a billboard that Mr. Knoll removed. He removed it to build a service road that extends from Rockwell out to a point right here. This is where the Kenworth trucking facility is, if you're familiar with that, on I-40 in Rockwell. So he removed that, and he wants to put the sign 200 feet to the west, which requires this rezoning application. Now, if you're looking at what's in front of you, you see a cul-de-sac, and you can see where the sign actually was in that rendering. Where we're wanting to put it now, where this dot represents, is right south of that cul-de-sac. So what we're faced with is we can do a billboard by right 200 feet to the east, exactly where it was. There's still a valid permit at ODOT. What we're asking for is to put the billboard in a more appropriate place right here. And the reason that it's more appropriate is that now that we have this service road, by eliminating that billboard, we're going to allow more economic development, more businesses, more big users like Kenworth to go in here. The second reason that this is more appropriate is what we want to avoid is clutter along I-40. The new billboard will be a full 135 feet further back off the highway to avoid more clutter. We met with Pat Downs because the river is just south. Mr. Downs had no problems with this. So we're asking for your approval. I went and spoke with ODOT. There is a sign 1,300 feet to the east So there isn't a possibility by moving it 200 feet to then get a second sign. We can have one sign. It's just a matter of where's the best location. Do we want a sign right on I-40, or do we want a sign further back off I-40 and in a location that will allow more development on I-40?
David, two questions. What is the separation to the west from the proposed new site, if it were to be granted, to the next billboard?
West?
West.
I do not believe there is another billboard.
There's not another billboard till you go past council.
Okay, thank you. And where is the location where you can put one by right? Can you show us?
Yeah, right here, and then this is 1,300 feet from here. So we could do it anywhere within this to about a point right here.
Okay, where is that on the rendering we're looking at in front of us?
Well, you can see where the existing, or excuse me, where the previous billboard was.
Dark spot?
You can see a shadow just.
Okay, all right. I couldn't see it on my screen clearly. Okay.
David, if you're going to put it directly south of the cul-de-sac, why have you included the rest of this property kind of off to the west there? Why doesn't your line just come straight down?
I'll let Mr. Knoll answer that.
There's actually a creek that runs through there, drainage. And if you look a little bit to the north of where we're talking about, actually to the west, you'll see the culvert where it goes underneath the highway.
That was my next question. I couldn't figure out what that was. Okay.
Yeah, David and I discussed this, and I'll be honest, I'd prefer not to have a billboard there at all. But if I had to choose one or the other, I would rather have it further off of the interstate as opposed to closer to the interstate.
I would agree with that, and the amount of additional commercial activity that might occur is an acre.
Yeah.
I mean, if we were rezoning a 10 or 20 acre site for a billboard, which would allow a lot more industrial on I-40, we'd be having a different discussion, I think.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sarah Welch is here from the Planning Department, and I think she'd like to briefly speak to the comp plan conformance.
Hey, Sarah Welch, Planning Department. When you read your staff report, you'll see that our recommendation was that this is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. And I just wanted to explain to both the applicant and to you kind of how we got there. This proposed development site is in the environmental conservation area, and this is a request to rezone to I-2. So there's just not a way for us that we would ever be able to say that industrial uses would be appropriate in the environmental conservation area. The other thing is that it's along an appearance corridor, so even if there was a way for them, let's say they came back with a SPUD and tried to zone it just for a sign, our recommendation would still have to be that it would not meet the guidelines for appearance corridors. So,
But the reality is they can build a billboard there right now.
They could build one
where they had the
yes.
near the previous.
I mean, we understand that there will be a sign there. I just want to point out, I just wanted to explain where we're coming from and how difficult this was for for it to be in conformance with the comp plan.
Thank you, Sarah. Nick?
Well, to paraphrase,
Well, no, I agree with what Commissioner Irwin said. And this sounds like heresy, but I agree with Mr. Fox. He wants to avoid clutter. How much better can it get than that? Now, this one, to me, is a better trade than we had. I'd move approval.
Just wait for the accessory sign on the 1 acre that comes in with the use, I-2 use. But
we'll talk about that later.
But we're going to get that anyway.
Yeah.
I think that is worth some discussion, though. I mean, is there something other than I-2 that we could go with here that would get you what you need in terms of the sign and not, buy us a headache later?
Again, as the chairman said, this is a pretty small piece of dirt, and all that I-2 is next to it. This doesn't bother me.
I wasn't asking you, Nick.
The state requires I-2.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. Cast your votes. And it's approved.
Thank you.
Item 17, SPUD 646, application by Ramjack Buildings to rezone 6201 Shiloh Boulevard to the SPUD Simplified Planned Unit Development District.
Good afternoon. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. I promise it's the last time I'm going to be here in front of you guys today. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Also with me is Doug Dennison, who's the owner, and Mark Grubbs, who is the engineer on this project. What we have is a spud to allow Ramjack to move their facility to this location. What they did was we came in with a single-use spud. The only use that will be allowed is the construction, sales, and services, which will get us what we need. And Mr. Dennison took great care in making sure that his facility was an attractive facility. So what he did was he created a residential-style office building. Now, the nature of his business has some heavy equipment, but everything will be stored inside. There will never be any outside storage. There's a large garage portion to this, and everything will always be inside. The staff has recommended approval, and I'm here to answer any questions.
What requires, David, the indoor storage?
I'm sorry?
I say, what in your application requires the indoor storage?
Well, the nature of the business is they are a leveling company, so their trucks and all their equipment, they want to store it inside.
So TE1 could say there will be no outdoor storage? There isn't a TE now.
I don't remember a TE. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm writing one for you.
The I-1 base zoning would require everything to be indoors.
Okay. Well, that was my question.
But we would agree to it anyways. And part of this application, we sent a letter to everyone on the ownership list advising them what we were doing and asking if they had any questions to call us, and we would meet with them, and we didn't get word from anyone. So I don't believe that there is any protest.
No, and I discussed this with them as well, and I think they've done a great job of making this a very nice building, and having everything stored inside, I think, makes it even better, and so I'll move for approval.
Okay. And I think the RAM is public art, not a sign, so there you are.
I agree.
Right. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve item 17. Cast your votes, and it's approved.
You guys have a wonderful evening.
Yeah.
Item 18, C6318, preliminary plat of Faith Landing, located north of 59th Street and east of County Line Road.
Ernie Ish and Associates, representing the applicant. We agree with the TEs and ask for your approval.
No protest. We have a variance on TE number 2.
Move for approval of the variance of TE number 2.
We have a motion and a second to the variance. Cast your votes. It's approved.
Move approval of the application.
We have a motion and a second to approve item 18. Cast your votes, and it's approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 19 was continued.
19 is deferred. Item 20, C6327, final plat, Southwest 44th Industrial Park, located south of Southwest 44th Street, east of Rockwell Avenue.
Good evening, Tim Johnson with Johnson Associates. And again, publicly, I want to apologize to the staff for whatever I've done to offend them. Seems like I was here once before. This is a industrial subdivision that's being put in on a previously zoned piece of industrial property that's surrounded by industrial users. We agree with the staff's comments. We do have a concern about the sidewalk issue. There's not a sidewalk within 2-mile radius of the site, and heavy industrial users. This is a contractor that is developing this, and so we would request that the TE that discussed sidewalks add because I understand that you can't vary that, add to the TE the fact that we would agree to this TE, that we put the sidewalks in unless the Board of Adjustment approves a variance. That's the only variation I'd ask for. Yeah, the last sentence. That, yeah, it would be, we'd agree to this TE unless a variance is approved by the Board of Adjustments. Because we'd have to go to the board to vary the sidewalk ordinance. And if they don't vary it, then we'll have a bunch of sidewalks out there that go nowhere. And will not be used.
Pardon?
He's looking at me.
Well, you won't be able to vote on it, Jimmy. You won't be able to hear it. That's why he's laughing.
Like I said, we're surrounded by pipe yards. The developer to the east is proposing another industrial development.
Okay. No one signed up, Commissioners. Variance to TE3.
I'll move the variance.
Motion is second to approve the variance TE3. Cast your votes, and that's approved.
And the application. As amended, I'm sorry.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve item 20. Cast your votes as it's conditioned.
Thank you very much.
Item 21 is ED 199, application by First Interstate Bank to dedicate private streets within the Bella Ranch Phase 1 addition.
Commissioner, last time I raised the point about taking streets back. I think that's something we might discuss when we do the plan update, but we've been doing this and up sort of, well,
It's a development, it's kind of a long story, but I'll make it brief. When we originally did this plat, the Public Works Department did not have a standard that would allow mountable curbs. And if we did a standard rural section that's permitted in RA, we'd have bar ditches that were too steep, so we'd have to pave the bar ditches. So we'd end up with a lot of concrete out there that would just ruin the intent of the rural neighborhood. So we did private streets to get the mountable curbs, and that's how it was constructed. I've since talked to the staff. Since the staff report's gone out, we've met all the requirements that are labeled in 3, with the exception of before we go to council, we'll provide a 2-year maintenance bond, just like it was a brand-new street. And Public Works has agreed to that. The city manager's office supports that with regard to acceptance of platted streets, just like it was a brand-new plat.
the point I raised was why do we take on financial responsibilities we don't need to when we don't have money to do the things we, maintain the streets we have now? A discussion, policy discussion, I guess, for another day.
Well, and also, I mean, the streets meet our plat requirements anyway, so, and they've done a core test to indicate that too.
But that wasn't my point. The condition of the streets wasn't my point.
I mean, obviously, there's some reason why we have the standards we have with respect to, I say that with great certainty, assuming there's some reason why we have the standards that we have and why they didn't meet them in the first place.
Well, I might comment, since the time of this plat, the Public Works has accepted mountable curbs now.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I move to approve the application.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve item 21. Cast your votes, and it's approved.
Item 22, PC 10296, application by Heath Shepard to rezone 2326 Southeast 59th Street to the R2 medium-low density residential district.
If you've been here all afternoon, we apologize.
Yes, I have. My name is Heath Shepard. I live at 2326 Southeast 59th Street. It's already the size of a duplex anyways that I plan on building a duplex there at the D location. There's already a mobile home park, about 2 of them, pretty close to it. And the other lots are vacant. So just seek for your approval.
Okay, Commissioners, no one has signed up. The motion is second to approve item 22. Cast your votes, and you're approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 3 was deferred to January 26th. Item 24 is SPUD 649, application by Nathan Allen to rezone 1308 Northwest 16th Street to the Simplified Planned Unit Development District.
Good evening, I'm George Massey, 401 Northwest 20th Street, Oklahoma City. I'm a realtor with RE/MAX First, and I'm the listing associate for this property, fourplex, owned by Nathan Allen. We ran into a problem last month in that we had a buyer for this property, and his appraiser noted in the appraisal through the title company and the loan of the lender that it was zoned residential R1, and so this buyer could not move forward with this sale. We purchased this property for him 3.5 years ago. This did not come up at that time. The lender did not find this, the appraiser or the title company. So we have appreciate your consideration of changing this zoning to R3 to its original intent, which was, of course, a fourplex from 1934. I'm privileged to serve on the Historic Preservation Commission, and in some of our research, when we look into various properties, we, of course, use the Sanborn fire maps, and we also use the Polk directory, which was, of course, a precursor to today's telephone book. In my research, I have some from 1936, 47, and 51, and there were 4 people living in this property since its inception. And that's what we were trying to do, to leave it as a fourplex. And we now have another buyer who's just had an offer accepted yesterday on the property, and we would like to sell it to him. And his intent is to, of course, leave it as a fourplex and to remodel it and enhance the property for the future use.
And you would be Mr. Johnston?
I am actually, I'm Jason Johnston, 2000 Cary Place. I'm president of Gatewood Historic District, and I basically am not an attorney or any of the people you've seen today, and I just have a position statement I'd like to read, and I don't think we'll have any problem after that. The properties along Northwest 16th Street were downzoned circa 1986 to prevent further cutting up of old, large 1910-era homes into 4 or 5 more units. This was a definite problem in the early 1980s, the houses having been upzoned to allow for World War II-era workers to live in boarding houses close to the Classen interurban trolley line. The downzoning did not take away the use of any property. If the property was being used as a fourplex, that did not cease. The ordinance providing for downzoning says that specifically. If it was not used as a fourplex, for example, if it had been converted to an original fourplex to a duplex, the downzoning would, however, have had the effect of lowering the maximum permitted use so that it could not be again increased from 2 to 4 units. Ultimately, this property, built as a fourplex in the first part of the last century, is not a converted house and is not dilapidated and has continued to be operated as a 4-apartment dwelling. It was always planned that the properties along Northwest 16th, now the Plaza District, would eventually have to be rezoned in some manner, allowing upzoning only by use of a SPUD. This rezoning case today specifically needs to say that it is to be rezoned to R3, but will continue to remain subject to the provision of the Urban Conservation District's protections. Thus, the zone property remains subject to the UCD provisions without the danger of setting a precedent for adjoining properties. The Gatewood Historic District supports the rezoning of 1308 Northwest 16th Street only with this provision.
And subject to the UCD, there's not, that's not an issue. And I'm kind of surprised that your lender wouldn't take the, I don't know, would you say this is a grandfathering? Maybe not, but close enough. That they wouldn't look to this document as sufficient, but since you've gone through all this trouble, I think we ought to give you your zoning. I'll move approval.
But we've taken into consideration the neighborhood's concerns, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
And actually, I have a full page of other statements, and they felt that this really wasn't necessary either, but the way lending institutions are at this point in time. But it's important to us that we keep things still intact. So, thank you.
Now I understand more of why this happened. I appreciate your coming. Thank you.
I think there's somebody else.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But
Go
go ahead.
Come to the microphone, give us your name and address, and then tell us.
I'm Lisa Navarro. I'm at 1304 Northwest 16th, next door to the house. And I found out just a month or so ago, because I was going to turn mine back into a assisted living for veterans, because it was a substance recovery home when I had it, and I just found out, and they said I had to file the papers. So I was out talking to the neighbors to tell them about it, and they said, well, there's some other facilities, but they had a question if that's zoned as an apartment, would that affect the value in the house, and would it affect the other properties? Because across the street was a sixplex, mine was it says a fourplex on it, and all the utility company, everything, if you call, they want to know, is this apartment A, B, or whatever. But yet when I went to go check it out, it says it's residential 1. And so I was wondering, how would this affect me moving forward with what I'm trying to do, and the other neighbors wanted to know, with that being zoned as the apartment, which it's always been. I moved in 07, there was an apartment building then, or used for that. How does it affect them? So that was 2
It will
questions.
affect you not at all.
Wouldn't affect any other property at all. This is specific to this particular piece of property.
Okay, and so about the other part of wanting to use mine as the residential for the veterans, assisted living for veterans, would that affect it? Because they told me I had to come back before you all, so I was wondering.
Well, we can't answer that without you making application. We don't know.
Okay, because they...
You may talk to Lance sitting right behind you, and he'll try and at least guide you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Johnson, do you have something else?
Well, it sounds to me like this actually is directly applied to this designation of the downzoning, because she's lived there as an R1, single-family dwelling, and she shouldn't be able to upgrade it now to a fourplex.
Well, that'll be resolved that'll be resolved if she makes application.
All right.
We'll then
Thank you.
find those facts.
She may not ever do it.
Okay, commissioners, do we have a motion?
I'll
And a
move
second.
approval as condition.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve item 24, in case we didn't have one. Cast your votes, and you're approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Real quickly, Planning Commission committees, Planning Commission members, everybody wants to go home. Planning Department has left the building. Elvis is gone. Development Services, Municipal Counselor, thank you for the memo on...
No, that was good. That really was good work. I move to adjourn.
We're adjourned at 5:59, Florida Way, to spend the afternoon.